record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present with counsel. Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, Mr. Hodgman. Jury is not present. Counsel, I'm sorry, Ms. List, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Few matters to take up before we resume with Mr. Gladden. We have two motions on this morning and a discovery matter. Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, counsel.
Your Honor, I'm aware that there has been a dispute or a question concerning the discoverability of an alleged sketch that was prepared by a witness whose name is Tom Lang. I'm also aware now, after having spoken with Mr. Hodgman's office last night, that his office was in fact in receipt in January of this year of that sketch, and for reasons that I'm not quite clear on, chose not to turn it over to the prosecution. I'm also aware that that sketch was the subject of the 1054.7 hearing in chambers with the court last evening. I endeavored, Your Honor, to review the witness list that the prosecutors submitted on January the 5th of 1995. That was an updated list from the one that had been prepared in September of last year. And Tom Lang was on that list as a prosecution witness. As such, Your Honor, I do not feel that there is a legal basis under 1054 of the Penal Code for there to be any argument that that sketch, having been received from a witness, was not immediately discoverable to the defense. And I believe that there has been a violation of the discovery rules and that that document should have been turned over in January when it was first received. That's the first issue. The second issue concerns a witness, Steve Valerie, who we expect to call today on the witness stand. Mr. Valerie was a witness who was mentioned in the opening statement as being one of the passengers who sat directly across from Mr. Simpson in first class on the Chicago-bound airplane, who had the entire flight to observe Mr. Simpson's demeanor, and who will testify that not only was he in a relaxed, calm mood, but on various occasions during the flight, he had occasion to look over at his hands and saw no injuries or other marks or bandages on his hands. Mr. Valerie told me when Mr. Cochran and I spoke with him last night that he spoke to law enforcement officers on or about September 15th of 1994 when he was in London, and there was a conversation with a particular officer because they had contacted Mr. Valerie through Mr. Valerie's family who lived in Irvine. Shortly after the murders, Your Honor, Mr. Valerie was seen on television on one of the network programs talking about his observations of Mr. Simpson that evening. And he believes it was through those conversations that the district attorney's office learned of his identity and then sought to talk with him. When he talked from London, he's a business school student at UCLA at the time, and he was working in London for an American corporation. They spoke some about his observations on that day, and he recalls specifically that there was an officer who spoke with him because his family lived in Irvine and the officer was from Irvine, and there was some discussion about the both of them sharing the common home of Irvine, California. Since he was in London at that time, there was an agreement that he would speak again with the officer upon his return to the States. And Mr. Valerie returned on September the 30th, and there was immediately at that time a message from the officer, and he recalls specifically calling the police department on either October the 1st, the next day, or on October the 3rd, that following Monday, and spoke with the officers for perhaps 20 to 30 minutes over the telephone as well. Both occasions, he gave statements consistent with his initial observations that there were no cuts or bruises on Mr. Simpson's hands and that he was at all time relaxed. I looked on my list again this morning, the January 5th list of the prosecution, and Steve Valerie was a witness in January on the prosecution's list. He was also a witness on the defense list, as was Mr. Lang. Because he was a prosecution witness, Your Honor, I am of the opinion that there was similarly an obligation to turn over reports of any such conversations that occurred on September the 15th by telephone when he was in London, and on either October the 1st or the 3rd, where there was a much more lengthy and extensive conversation reaffirming the earlier observations that he had made on June the 13th.
People? Certainly. I'm sorry, Mr. Douglas, did Mr. Valerie indicate to you the name of the police officer to whom he spoke?
The only recollection he could have as to the first conversation was that the officer lived in Irvine, because they shared the Irvine thing. There was an earlier conversation with Detective Kilcoyne, and he was not sure that it was the same detective on the other two occasions, Your Honor.
All right.
We do have Kilcoyne's report from June.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, as the court is aware, I appeared before the court yesterday, and I will incorporate my previous remarks with regard to the information regarding Mr. Lang. I would submit that Mr. Lang was on the defense witness list from an early point in time preceding January of '95. We did not intend to call Mr. Lang as a witness for reasons personal to ourselves, and as evidenced by our case in chief, he was not presented. So I would submit that Mr. Douglas's point is a difference without a distinction, and I will simply incorporate my previous remarks with regard to whatever ruling the court might make in that regard.
You concede at this point, however, that Mr. Lang was on the prosecution's witness list as of January 5.
He was.
Right.
With regard to the second point, Your Honor, we are not in possession of any September statement or notes from Mr. Valerie. I will look into the matter, but I would submit that the same rationale applies, that this is a difference without a distinction, in the sense that while Valerie, I would have to check whether Valerie was on our January witness list, but he was certainly on the defense witness list. I know that for a fact. So for the moment, I will have to look into that for the court before I can, if asserting 1054.7 possibly, or before I can better educate the court as to what that issue is. But we do not have a statement from September of last year.
All right. Do you have a statement from October of last year?
We have something from October of last year. Yeah, it appears to be some notes.
All right. Anything else?
Briefly, Your Honor, the test is not whether in actuality they are going to call him, which triggers their discovery obligations from October, Your Honor. Certainly from October, they did not know that they were not going to call Mr. Valerie. Certainly in January, Your Honor, January 25th or 26th, I believe, Tom Lang was still on the prosecutor's list. We've been given thousands of pages of documents, of interviews from witnesses who they haven't called. So that's not the test, Your Honor. That's all I want to say.
Sorry.
Your Honor, the only additional point I wish to make is simply to remind the court of what it is already well aware, and that is the language of the statute, witnesses that the people or a party intends to call. All right. Thank you.
All right, court finds that the both of these individuals, Valerie and Lang, were on the prosecution's witness list as of January 5, 1995. As such, any statements that were in possession of the prosecution at that time should have been turned over. Court will direct that the notes from October 94 of Mr. Valerie be disclosed to the defense forthwith, and also this sketch from January of 1995 from Mr. Lang be disclosed forthwith. Certainly. All right, next issue.
Since we are the proponent of the testimony of Lori Menzione, I suggest that we would have the burden of justifying her admission.
I agree.
Your Honor, Lori Menzione, on June the 12th, 1994, was an employee of Thomas Cook Travel Agency, which is now American Express Travel Agency. Sometime that morning, she received a call from a Hertz representative whom she knows from having had prior dealings, and was informed that there is a Mr. Simpson on the line that has a death request and needs to make an emergency change in his reservations. Subsequently, there was another party put on the phone, and then Mr. Simpson. We believe that was through a conference call that Mr. Simpson had made with either Kathy Randa or Skip Taft, who had called Hertz to set up this conversation. And during the course of the subsequent conversation with Ms. Menzione, Mr. Simpson was attempting, the name was Orenthal Simpson, he was attempting to make new arrangements for the return flight to Los Angeles, having just been informed of the deaths of his former wife and another person. Ms. Menzione, I can tell you as an officer of the court, would testify that during the course of her conversation with Mr. Simpson, she heard a crash-like sound in the background. And Mr. Simpson said, "Hold on, hold on, hold on." She then heard a sound that she distinctly thought was the sound of water running. She will testify, Your Honor, that the crash-like sound that she heard was similar to a sound of someone wiping clean a table or something nearby, and then things scattering. And that's the motion that she was using when she was trying to describe the nature of the sound that she heard. I spoke with her about it yesterday. She will say that after hearing the hold on, she then heard water running. And Mr. Simpson then returned to the phone and said, I cut myself and I'm bleeding. And then there were further conversations that were made about trying to make arrangements about the death of his wife. There were conversations about his having 2 kids. One was 9, one was almost 6. There were all conversations concerning Mr. Simpson's efforts to make arrangements for his return flight to Los Angeles. There's one argument that the people have suggested that there's no verification or ability to corroborate the fact that the Orenthal Simpson who Ms. Menzione was speaking with was in fact Mr. OJ Simpson. I don't think that there's a great deal of stock in that particular argument, so I'd like to focus my comments on the admissibility of that statement and why I feel that it is admissible. Certainly, Your Honor, the conversation and the testimony about what she heard on the phone, that she heard a crash-like sound over the phone, that she heard running of water, that Mr. Simpson said, hold on, hold on. Certainly that the crash-like sound and the water running were percipient sounds that are admissible, irrespective of whatever words or conversations she may have had with the accused. So there is a threshold relevance, clearly. There's a threshold basis to offer the admissibility of her testimony. And it even becomes more relevant, Your Honor, when the court appreciates the context of her testimony with other facts that have already been before the jury and other facts still to come. As an officer of the court, Your Honor, certainly the court is aware that Cato Kalin, Alan Park, Wayne Stanfield, Mike Norris, Mike Gladden have all testified that they saw Mr. Simpson before and during the course of his Chicago flight, and they noticed no cuts, no bruises, no bandages, no evidence of blood on his hands. I'm sure there'll be the argument, well, they didn't look, but that goes to the weight rather than to the admissibility of the testimony. As an officer of the court, I will tell you that there will be other witnesses who will testify today. Howard Bingham, who was also on the flight and had a conversation with Mr. Simpson right next to his seat. Steve Valerie, who was seated in first class across the aisle from Mr. Simpson and had occasion to observe him throughout the entire flight. And James Merrow, who was the Hertz employee who picked up Mr. Simpson at the gate, who traveled with him to the baggage claim area, who will testify that he sat with him in the baggage claim area for 15 or 20 minutes, waiting for the bags to come, watching a relaxed but tired OJ Simpson greet other fans and bystanders, give autographs, shake hands, and then driving Mr. Simpson from the airport to his hotel, helping him with his baggage, and that there was no cuts, no bruises, no bleeding on his hands as of that point. And now we have Mr. Simpson walking into the hotel, and there has not been one witness who has perceived him that evening who noticed any cuts or bruises on his hands. We then have the testimony.
Counsel, I appreciate the relevance. I don't think you need to tell me more about that.
I'm trying to corroborate, Your Honor, why this evidence has indications of trustworthiness separate from the words that were spoken, which is part of my obligation under Evidence Code Section 1252. Then we have, Your Honor, he goes inside his hotel, and Dave Kilduff, who is a vice president and regional manager of Hertz, sees Mr. Simpson outside the hotel. He is distressed. Mr. Kilduff is dropping off Hertz employees, and basically Mr. Simpson takes his car, and Kilduff then drives Mr. Simpson to the airport. Kilduff will testify that as he was pulling up, Mr. Simpson was distressed. He was crying. He had his hands up to his face, and there was a bandage, there was bleeding, and it was profuse. We then will have testimony. Of Mark Partridge, who will confirm that there was a bandage on his middle finger of his left hand. Your Honor, I suggest to you there is independent corroboration that the statements that Mr. Simpson made, I'm bleeding and I cut myself, are independently trustworthy. And, Your Honor, under Evidence Code Section 1250, these statements go to the physical sensation of the declarant, and there is a specific clause that says physical sensation includes the bodily health. The people have conceded that if Mr. Simpson were to have said, I'm hurt and I cut myself, that would have been admissible. I argue the statement, I'm bleeding and I cut myself, is also admissible, and it is a distinction without a difference. A statement of his physical bodily health is that I'm bleeding and I cut myself. A statement of physical sensation is that I'm hurt and I cut myself. For all reasons of fairness and probative value, and with the other corroboration that it will be present, I suggest to the court that those statements are an admissible exception to the hearsay rule and should be admitted.
Ms. Lewis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, I spoke with Ms. Menzioni as well on Monday morning when she was, I believe, still in Chicago. The conversation that she had, she made a typed notes with regard to, and those are appended to my brief, and it shows the conversation in some detail as she recalled it within a few days after the conversation itself. So that's certainly the most trustworthy representation of what the conversation was. At any event, she was transferred a call where some caller, some person, presumably from Hertz, I believe, said that they had a Mr. Simpson on the line who needed help because of a death notification, needed help with reservations. That by itself, of course, is irrelevant hearsay. She proceeded to talk to Mr. Simpson and had trouble finding his reservation within the computer system that she was using. So they had rather a lengthy time on the phone. During that time, he sounded like he was moving around the room. At one point, he said, hold on, put the phone down. and she heard what sounded to her like a phone falling, a crashing noise. At any rate, he did, after a pause, come back on the phone, and she said, "Are you all right?" And he said, in what she described back then in a somber tone of voice, "Yes, I've cut myself and I'm bleeding. I was just something about, I was just notified that my wife was killed." And she said, "I'm sorry, was she ill?" And he said, "No, she was killed," something like that. Now, the problem with this is a very elementary one to begin with, and that is that there is no foundation that that was Mr. Simpson who made the call. We can talk about what's reported in the press, and we can try this case based on what people seem to know based on various press reports, or we can resume our trial of this case, as we are doing in a court of law, and go by the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence require the quite elementary foundation that there be authentication of the declarant, of the person making the statement, who in this case is a caller over the telephone. Ms. Menzioni told me on Monday that she had never spoken to OJ Simpson before that occasion. She didn't even realize until the middle of the call that she had, presumably, Mr. Simpson on the line when she finally put together the Orenthal with the OJ. It wasn't until halfway through the call that she even thought that's who it might be. We have him saying that's who he was, but she has never spoken to him before then. She has never spoken to him since then. And as she told me Monday, she did not recognize his voice during that conversation, still does not recognize it, and still could not swear from personal knowledge that that was his voice on the phone. So while Mr. Douglas breezes over this problem, I believe he does so because there is no answer from the defense to this problem that they have presented. This is a basic and elementary foundational problem when you have a hearsay declaration made over the telephone. I'll address only briefly the excited utterance exception, since Mr. Douglas has chosen not to rely on it. I did include it in my brief. It's clearly not an excited utterance because as the court ruled earlier with regard to Denise Brown's statement when she learned of Nicole's death, that, "Oh my God, he did it," or something like that. Because she did not witness the murders themselves, there was no traumatic event to which she was a percipient witness, and that's where the spontaneous utterance exception applies. And cutting oneself is certainly, under the case law, not a traumatic event that's going to cause someone to be extremely upset and agitated so that they say something spontaneously that has trustworthiness. So it fails to qualify under the hearsay exception for a spontaneous statement. And the only other one I was looking to see, well, what could it possibly be an expression of assuming they could cross that first foundational hurdle, which they can, could it possibly be an indication of physical suffering of some kind? And it's not. He states that he cut himself. He doesn't even say that it hurt. And I'm not conceding at all that it would come in necessarily if he had said it hurt him. But the point of that exception is to allow in civil actions testimony as to pain and suffering, because that's always going to be a hearsay type of declaration that comes out to prove what somebody's feeling, since you can't otherwise prove what they're feeling. So it's the sensation and not the visible result that gets testified to, because there's no other way that can come in under the law without making an exception for it. And the final thing I want to point out, Mr. Douglas stands up here and says, as an officer of the court, he can represent that all of these witnesses saw no cut on Mr. Simpson's hand repeatedly throughout the time that he was on the flight and so forth. I don't see how he can look you in the face, Your Honor, and say that those are trustworthy when he knows that his client's own taped statement that Mr. Simpson made after returning from Chicago, he acknowledges that he cut himself in Los Angeles. He didn't remember how, but he remembered cutting himself, that he had cut himself, that he was bleeding. He said he was running around, didn't know how he did it. He had no explanation for how he cut himself, but he did acknowledge that he cut himself. And in fact, when he was asked about Chicago, he said, "I think that was a cut that I reopened, the cut that I made in Los Angeles that I reopened." So how Mr. Douglas can get up here and say, with all ethical presumption, as an officer of the court, that he believes that statement is trustworthy when he knows that his own client told the police that he had cut himself Los Angeles is galling. It's absolutely galling. So for that reason, because the words out of the defendant's own mouth under a calm, voluntary Mirandized situation, which is tape recorded, because he acknowledges having cut himself in Los Angeles, all of these other supposed indicia where someone is supposed to notice whether someone has a cut on their hand, and because they don't, that seems to prove that they don't have a cut. All of those indicia are rendered absolutely untrustworthy because the court has the defendant's statement out of its own, his admission out of his own mouth. So First and foremost, and the easiest basis upon which the court can rule is the one, frankly, that I feel the court is duty-bound to rule, and that is that there is no foundation that this caller was indeed Mr. Simpson, as we know the law requires.
Mr. Douglas? I'm concerned about two things. One, the inability to identify the person to whom she was speaking, and I'm concerned about the offer of proof regarding the indicia of reliability point raised by Ms. Lewis concerning statements that your client made.
First of all, Your Honor, the witnesses will say that Mr. Simpson was not bleeding until after walking out of the hotel, and then he was bleeding. And that is the major cut that was on the top of Mr. Simpson's finger that witnesses will say they didn't see. Now, there were other cuts on other portions of his hand, but the major cut on the top of the middle finger of the left hand, witnesses will say was not bleeding and was not seen until Mr. Kilduff and Mr. Partridge were the first witnesses that would see and would testify about that cut and about the cut bleeding. In terms of the indication of who the person was on the phone, Your Honor, certainly if the court considers the totality of all of the other information in the case, as the court must, there are sufficient indication of trustworthiness. One, we know it was a Hertz event. The witness will testify that she got a call from a woman she has dealt with in the past who was a Hertz employee.
Is there any record of this three-way phone conference or any phone record contemporaneous with your client's hotel room?
There are records, Your Honor, of Mr. Simpson having called Mr. Taft. There are records of several calls that Mr. Simpson made to Kathy Randa. There are records of calls that were made to Mr. Merrill, who was the person that had taken him to the airport, and there were arrangements that were made. And there were other calls that were made, Your Honor.
Oh, no, Mr. Douglas, what I'm interested in, do you have phone records that show this call to Thomas Cook, now American Express?
It wasn't a direct call from Mr. Simpson, Your Honor. It was a call that was received from Hertz.
I understand that.
And it was a recall, Your Honor. Ms. Menzioni will say that when the Hertz person first came onto the phone and talked about there being this Mr. Simpson and an emergency and a need for a change, there was then another person on the phone
No, I'm
first.
asking, all right, do you have, I mean, virtually every hotel charges for phone calls these days.
Do
you have a record showing a phone call from your client's room to the Hertz person?
Your Honor, that's not how it went. That's why I'm telling the court. And if your court will indulge me, there were calls that Mr. Simpson made to Kathy Randa. There's been testimony from Ms. Simpson, Arnell Simpson, that Ms. Randa and Mr. Simpson had a practice of making three-way calls. When the Hertz call came through, there was first another person on the phone, and then Mr. Simpson came on the phone. Ms. Menzioni will also say that at the conclusion of the call, Mr. Simpson said, "Thank you, Kathy," to Ms. Menzioni, which suggests to me that certainly this was one indication or one occasion when there was a three-way call with Mr. Simpson having called Kathy Randa, she putting Simpson in touch with Hertz, Hertz then calling to Menzioni, and arrangements were made for travel. Clearly, Your Honor, the arrangement for the reservation that was made was for the OJ Simpson, who then had a ticket, who then boarded that flight, and who then sat in those seats. When they were asking about the nature of the emergency, there was discussion about my wife had just been killed. They had asked, was it an accident? No, she had been killed. There was a discussion about his children. There's one 9 and there's one almost 6. These aspects of the conversation were reflected in the notes that Ms. Menzioni prepared that were attached with the motion. Who would have known, Your Honor, other than OJ Simpson, early on the morning of June the 13th, that there'd been a death of an OJ Simpson? That wasn't news in Chicago at that point, Your Honor, that the caller had a child that was 9 and almost 6, that the caller wanted to make a particular flight from American Airlines. They tried to go to different airports, different airlines, but there was none that would get him into Los Angeles as quickly as the flight that was booked. I think, Your Honor, there is sufficient indication that the caller was OJ Simpson. The name was Orento. The reservation was Orento. He was asked to spell the name Orento. And during the course of the conversation, she said, "Oh, you mean you're the movie guy?" Yeah. And there was some reflection during the course of the conversation that she was speaking with the OJ Simpson.
So getting back to my question now, do you have a call from Kathy Randa to this Hertz person?
Your Honor, I do not at present have records from Kathy Randa to Hertz. I have records.
Mr. Douglas, Mr. Orenthal is clearly a unique and distinctive name. The facts and circumstances indicate probably so. Do you have something independent of this conversation that can establish to me that the likelihood is this is the person?
Your Honor, I do not have before me today Kathy Randa's phone records from June of '94. I do have Mr. Simpson's telephone records from his hotel, and I do have 2 calls that were made to Ms. Randa's home before the first call that was made to Jim Merrill's cellular phone, and he called Jim Merrill to pick him up to take him to the airport. I have 3 calls to Jim Merrill, but preceding those 3 calls were 2 calls to Kathy Randa,
All right.
and that's all that I have at this time, Your Honor.
Do we have one of those computer travel agency printouts that gives us the time of the call and what arrangements were made?
Ms. Menzione does not have that, no, Your Honor. But, Your Honor, before the call was made to the driver to come pick me up and take me back to the airport, there were 2 calls made to Kathy Randa. Certainly, Your Honor, that supplies the indication. At the end of the call, he says, "Thank you, Kathy," to Ms. Menzione. She'll testify to that. Certainly,
Right.
Your Honor.
Is Ms. Randa available?
As a witness in the case,
Yes.
She is. Ms. Menzione flew out here from Chicago. She's going back today, and I'd like to get her testimony on today. She leaves at 2:45 today.
Well, she knows how to change reservations.
Probably so.
Counsel, I think Ms. Lewis's point is well taken at this point regarding foundation, but there's not much more that needs to be done. But I'm indicating to you I need something a little more than what's there. Because relating a conversation with somebody that you've never talked to before, I think you need something more than what you got here.
Even though there are independent confirming events during the course of the conversation that suggest only one
It's
person.
the foundation for the conversation itself.
Your Honor, I wanted just the court to be aware of an additional
No, counsel,
circumstance.
no. I've ruled, I've found an inadequate foundation at this point.
All right, Your Honor, since if the court is moving on,
Yes.
since the people did file the 402 motion to bring this to the court's attention, may the people have the first argument with regard to Christian Reichardt. Your Honor, it appears from all I can tell that the defense is attempting to introduce evidence regarding Faye Resnick's past drug usage and her intervention and alleged past problems with drugs through her ex-boyfriend, Christian Reichardt. There is almost no testimony that Mr. Reichardt has to offer that I believe is admissible under the law. Under Hall and the progeny that has come since then, all of the California Supreme Court cases during the 1990s which follow Hall, all require that mere evidence of motive, even if there is also opportunity, those things are not alone sufficient to introduce evidence that some third party actually committed the crimes. This case law is well established. In the Pride case, the trial court kept out evidence that the husband of one of the murder victim had received $40,000 in life insurance money and remarried a year later. because the California Supreme Court said in that case where the defendant is sitting on death row that that was insufficient evidence to raise a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the murders as a matter of law. In the Alcala case, a paroled murderer, a known murderer who was on parole, was acting suspiciously in the area of the murders 2 days after the victim disappeared. The trial court kept that out. The California Supreme Court said insufficient evidence to raise a reasonable doubt. There was nothing linking him to the actual perpetration of the crime. In People versus Clark, there was a third party connected with the case who had committed a murder by decapitation. And in this case, the murder was by decapitation. The Supreme Court said in a case, all of these cases, the defendants are now sitting on death row. The California Supreme Court said in that case, that's insufficient evidence to raise a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt. Now, in those...
Isn't decapitation as a manner of killing semi-distinctive?
California Supreme Court said that's insufficient. You would think so. I mean, that's similar MO, but that's not enough. There has to be somebody actually...
As I recollect, that was multiple
decapitations, I believe so. So there has to be evidence, there has to be a lot more evidence than the defense could ever hope for here. Number one, there has to be an identified third party. They can't just say some drug seller somewhere in the universe. There has to be some identified suspect as a third party. They don't have that. There has to be, to start with, there has to be motive. And they don't have that. They have a tortured argument that somehow, because Faye Resnick may have had a minor drug habit, that would cause and warrant some Colombian drug lord to come murder her friend and someone who was coming by her house at the time. That stretches credulity.
Well, let's assume that it was a more than significant than minor drug problem. Let's assume that when friends who care for somebody take that person and put them into a drug program, I mean, that's more than minor.
Suppose the person is an addicted person that they're about to fall down dead. There's no... That's... Ms. Clark feels strong about this issue, as we all do, because the case law is clear in this area. I mean, there is no evidence here of anything other than this woman may have had a drug problem. There is no evidence that she owed money because of that problem. There's no evidence that she was involved in selling drugs. People, from what the defense is speculating, it is absurd. It's absolutely absurd that somebody would go try to...
How was Ms. Resnick employed at the time?
How was she employed at the time?
What was her source of income?
Your Honor, I don't think that's... I'm told that it was Mr. Reichardt, her ex-boyfriend, who was supporting her at the time. They're on their own savings, their own money. But at any rate, Your Honor, we're talking about, forgive the colloquial expression, but a nickel and dime habit of someone. And on the other hand, we're talking about murder. And these things don't even logically necessarily link one to the other. And I've cited a case in my brief that talks about you don't draw speculative inferences from speculative inferences. I mean, those of us who like to get into detail can kind of get into detail and get into this stuff way off on the limb of a tree, when the trunk of the tree is still sitting there, you know, looking at us, wondering what the heck we're doing standing out over there on the limb. And that's what the defense is attempting to do with this supposed evidence of any drug dealing such that would cause somebody to murder Faye Resnick's friend or even Faye Resnick. There's just simply, there's insufficient evidence. The third obvious thing, I shouldn't say obvious, but the third thing that the California Supreme Court consistently requires before saying that there's any possibility that it might raise a reasonable doubt is an actual link to the murders of this named third party, evidence actually connecting. And that's where the defense would try to get into speculation and based upon speculation by trying to argue that there's more than one murderer, and therefore if there's more than one murderer, maybe that was the drug seller. And even though we don't have a name of a person because Faye Resnick may have had a drug habit, it's likely to believe it was a drug seller. It's really ridiculous, Your Honor. There's just too many inferences and too much speculation. It doesn't, none of this evidence in this entire trial warrants finding that there's evidence actually linking anybody other than the defendant Orenthal James Simpson to these murders. It is just not there. No matter how much Mr. Cochran and the other defense team members would try and weave that spin in front of the jury, it just does not survive. There's just not evidence there. And the case law is clear. Our California Supreme Court has spoken on this topic repeatedly over the 1990s, current law, that that is insufficient. Now, in addition, Your Honor, there is, in addition to that line of authority and that basic problem with the defense attempt, there is, of course, the always present whenever you have such inflammatory evidence or inflammatory spin on evidence, Evidence Code Section 352. And here, according to our transcript of our interview with Mr. Reichardt, there is hardly a thing in there that isn't objectionable based on 352 grounds and relevancy. There is some discussion in there of a sexual encounter between Faye Resnick and Nicole. I don't know if the defense is trying to elicit that or not. There's simply no relevance to that. It's unduly inflammatory. Even when we come back to the basic issue and the main issue of her drug use, that's inflammatory and irrelevant. It's likely to mislead and confuse this jury. It's there for no good reason than to try and sully the victims, make them look bad, make Nicole look bad because she had a friend who may have had a drug problem, and cast aspersions on the victims, all as a means to deflect attention away from the evidence showing Mr. Simpson is himself guilty and was the murderers.
Doesn't it show that Nicole Brown Simpson cared for her friend enough to get her into a drug program?
And what is the relevance of that, Your Honor?
You say it's to sully the reputation of the victims. That didn't strike me that way.
Well, their motives aside, it's what ends up coming out and what the evidence says that matters. That's right, Your Honor. We don't want to have a mini trial on Faye Resnick and her potential past drug usage. I'm not sure to the extent that she's acknowledged any drug usage, so I don't want to acknowledge any on her behalf. She certainly hasn't personally told me of any. That's right. There's no evidence of that anybody had any will toward her because of that drug habit. Anybody who was likely to murder her. There's no evidence of any drug seller that had threatened her or to whom she owed money, that was in town that night, that was anywhere near the premises. There is simply nothing even to link up that motive. And even if you had that link that might link up the motive, you don't have the evidence of actual perpetration. All of that is still speculation. There's still no evidence actually linking such a hypothetical person to being the murderer and the person who killed those two innocent victims. So the defense has gone far afield in trying to backdoor in, I guess, Ms. Resnick's use of drugs through her ex-boyfriend. I see the court has acquired a textbook. I'll pause.
I just had a point of curiosity here.
You know, on the other hand, there are a few things which we don't find objectionable if the defense would choose to put on Mr. Reichardt for those reasons alone, and that is that shortly before the murders, the defendant told Faye Resnick, and Ms. Resnick repeated it to Christian Reichardt, that he was going to kill Nicole. And she told him that before the murders occurred. So if the defense wants to allow that hearsay where Mr. Reichardt comes in and testifies that Faye Resnick told him the defendant said that, we'd be happy to admit that. We'd be happy to allow them to question him with regard to the lengthy conversations the defendant had over the 2 weeks preceding the murders with Faye Resnick, and why, when he was talking about why won't Nicole return my telephone calls, why won't she call me, where he appeared to be obsessed with her then, contrary to the image that the defense is trying to portray that he was all happy-go-lucky about them having broken up. And we also don't object to Mr. Reichardt acknowledging that Mr. Simpson gave him $5,000 for doing a 5-page, I believe, outline for some video of his. But, Your Honor, the gravamen of this motion is that the defense has failed to show any link of any third party with these murders as it's required to by our California Supreme Court and as it's required to under the law. Regardless of how they want to try this case in front of this jury, they are obliged to follow the law, and they cannot do it in this regard.
Thank you, Counsel. Mr. Cochran.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Just briefly, Your Honor, you've been very patient this morning listening to the lawyers, and so I'm not going to belabor this, but I think I should set the record straight on a couple of things. Ms. Lewis, speculates far too much about what we expect to do. She didn't have the benefit of our conversation back in chambers, which you now have with counsel, with Mr. Darden and Ms. Clark there. But let me just indicate that with regard to Dr. Reichart, Dr. Christian Reichart, he does have very, very relevant testimony. First of all, let's talk about demeanor. Dr. Reichart spoke with our client, Mr. OJ Simpson, at about 9 o'clock on June 12, 1994, in a phone conversation, in which he would, I believe, testify about Mr. Simpson's demeanor, that he was calm, that he was relaxed, like he always was. That at that conversation, they made a date to have dinner, along with Paula Barbieri, on the Wednesday preceding or succeeding that Sunday evening. So I guess that would be Wednesday, the 15th of June. He's had a long-standing relationship with Mr. Simpson. And for a counsel who come and make these speculations based upon just scintilla of knowledge is unfortunate. Because what happens, she would know, this man is a chiropractic doctor, and his lawyer has assured me he would have made a lot more than $5,000 if he'd been in his office for the work that he did on a Playboy video. That was how you conduct yourself, I think, on flights and how you avoid jet lag and things like that. It was subsequently promoted. So who can quarrel upon that? Mr. Simpson didn't give him anything. He was paid for what he did at the time. So we clearly have the demeanor. In addition to that, perhaps the prosecution doesn't know, was Dr. Reichart spoke with Nicole Brown Simpson about 4:30 or 5 on that afternoon. He also spoke with her, as I've indicated to the court, on Friday evening. He was a friend of all the parties here involved. Now, it's interesting that Mr. Lewis would speculate out loud about some relationship. The court will recall that from the defense side, we've never said one bad thing about either of these victims, and we will not do that. All the things that have come is from their own witnesses or from Faye Resnick in her book. We've never said anything bad and do not plan and will not do that in the course of this case. But with regard to the other aspect that she talks about, so clearly there's relevance to his testimony. And it just seems as though in a search for truth, it seems like there's their truth and there's the real truth. And so all we're saying is we have an absolute right to bring this man on. We'll make that judgment, of course. Now, with regard to Faye Resnick, that's what she's really worried about, Your Honor. And that's why she goes to such extent and extremes. And the court has clearly pointed out. We expect the evidence would show that Ms. Faye Resnick had a breast enlargement surgery in March of 1994. That Dr. Reichart told her at the time he was afraid for her getting back on medication, that she'd return to binging and using drugs. That's what I expect the evidence to show. And he knew about her. He knew this wasn't like any minor drug problem. He had been as the sober person through the Betty Ford Clinic with this lady to try to help her stay straight along with her minor child who resided with her, Your Honor. But yet, after she had this breast enlargement, sure enough, she returned to the use of drugs, just as he feared. And she was not, you ask a very appropriate question, she was not gainfully employed. She had no job. She lived with him. And he does not use drugs and would not give her any money for drugs. And that's what I expect the testimony will be. He'll be adamant about that if he does, in fact, testify. In addition to that, over a period of time, her drug usage became so bad, Your Honor, that on the Friday, the previous Friday, I think June the 3rd, it became so bad that they separated. She moved in or went over to Nicole Brown Simpson's house as a friend. He left, went to San Diego. She called him from Ms. Brown Simpson's residence, indicating she was staying there now. And for that, he returned home on Sunday. She was still at Nicole Brown Simpson's residence. She would only come home during the day to change clothes or to get clothes, but she was residing in Nicole Brown Simpson's residence. We think this is very relevant because when I had Detective Lang on the stand, there was some question about whether she moved in with Nicole Brown Simpson. I think we can show that through Christian Reichart. Of more importance, and the fact that Nicole Brown Simpson was a very good friend of this lady and should never be maligned, and they shouldn't even think about it being maligned. On Wednesday of that week, the 8th, the situation with Faye Resnick became so bad with her use of cocaine that her former husband, Paul Resnick, contacted Christian Reichart, Your Honor, and said, look, it's gotten so bad, I'm concerned for Francesca, I'm concerned for her. And they agreed, and Dr. Reichart was supposed to go to a family gathering that evening. And he didn't show up because they met at a restaurant out in Brentwood to talk about this. And present at this restaurant on June 8th was Nicole Brown Simpson, Paul Resnick, and Christian Reichart, all to discuss the drug problem, the serious drug problem of Faye Resnick. They talked about it. Faye Resnick was at a party that particular evening, the party that Dr. Reichart was to attend, but he didn't attend that party. When he returned home about 10, and at the dinner that they had, it was determined it was so serious that they would have an intervention that night, an intervention in which the family and friends would come together and say to this lady, you can't help yourself, we've got to help you get some help. And sure enough, it was agreed that later that evening at Dr. Reichardt's house that they would have this intervention, that Mr. Cole Brown Simpson would come over, her former husband, Paul Resnick, would come by. And they, in fact, did that about 11 o'clock that evening. And it so often happens, Faye Resnick was in denial. In fact, she denied using drugs, denied having any drugs in the house. And it was Mr. Cole Brown Simpson who went over, according to Dr. Reichardt, and showed where she was hiding a stash of cocaine at that point in that house. And they recovered it. I believe the understanding was that evening it was flushed down the toilet because everybody else there apparently was anti-drug, except Faye Resnick. And it was determined at this point that she would go into Exodus the very next day. And the records will reflect that Dr. Reichardt took her into Exodus the very next day, which would be on Thursday the 9th. And we know that from the records, Your Honor. She remained in there for approximately 2 weeks, and he continued. He paid for this, Your Honor. It cost him $7,000, even though at this point we're separated. He paid for this as a friend, as Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson had been a friend of this particular lady. Now, Judge, when you buy drugs, you generally have to pay for them. Now, they can talk about all the speculation they want, but that's axiomatic. And when you can talk about a nickel and dime thing, but this is far more than this. This is going on over a period of time with someone who has no gainful means of paying for these drugs. And those are absolutely the facts. And you take that, and that's why one of the reasons that and let me state again for the record, we don't plan or want to call Sidney Simpson to the stand. All we've asked is to talk to her along with Ms. Clark in an effort to try and ascertain and do a stipulation where Sidney Simpson says that night, Mommy's best friend calls, and Mommy was crying thereafter. The court will recall that. And then further, Your Honor, the situation we have here is there is testimony from several witnesses that once these horrible crimes occurred, friends of all parties, Faye Resnick, Cole Brown Simpson, everyone indicated and have said, and the prosecution is aware of this, if OJ isn't guilty of this, then we're all in trouble. And there's testimony, for instance, from Dr. Reichardt, that he slept with a gun for the several weeks or 10 days after this happened. There was great fright and concern at Exodus, where Faye Resnick was, when Kristen Reichardt went to see her at the drug treatment facility that night. They thought this was a drug-related situation and that this was a payback for not paying these drugs, and all these people felt that exact same way. They all felt that way, and we think that is relevant, and it certainly ties in. And so what I've tried now is to demonstrate to Your Honor what I expect is relevant testimony that we can demonstrate. What I said to you in chambers was, in this case, we are trying to move along at a pace where we don't forsake quality for speed, but at the same time, we're concerned about this jury. So we're making tactical decisions as we go along. We haven't made the final decision, although Dr. Reichardt is on our list for today. But certainly, his testimony is relevant, certainly on the demeanor. And we think it's also relevant, Your Honor, with regard to the other things I've indicated regarding Faye Resnick and her drug uses. And it's not particularly helpful to you to talk about these other things or to be worried about what we may be doing. Further, as I said, we don't plan to go in anything that's negative. And further, any hearsay statement, we don't plan to elicit, as I mentioned to you back in chambers, any hearsay alleged statement made by Faye Resnick attributed to our client is total double hearsay. In that same interview that Mr. Darden conducted, Dr. Reichardt was never on the phone at any time and didn't hear. He just heard what Faye Resnick was saying. And he also told Mr. Darden that during this time that she was allegedly talking to Mr. Simpson, she was high on drugs at that very time. And he'd been working all day and came home and didn't want to hear this, what he considered nonsensical conversation. So I promise not to be lengthy, but I thought I should make an effort to set the record straight. If you have any questions regarding this, I'll be more than pleased to try and answer them.
Oh, thank you, counsel.
Your Honor, Mr. Cochran has just made my point perfectly. We've gotten off into an intrigue with regard to Faye Resnick, and he still has failed to satisfy the requirements of the case law. Who was her dealer? Who did she owe money to? Did she owe money to anybody? Was the person bent out of shape? Was that person somebody who the defense can identify? Was that person somebody that had an opportunity to kill her? I mean, he has still failed to go through and enumerate some evidence actually linking the perpetration of these crimes with anybody other than Mr. Simpson. And it's clear from all that he said that none of that does that. It's all speculation. All it does is confuse and mislead the jury. And by the way, he mentioned that there is so much concern about some other murder. As a matter of fact, it's my understanding that Mr. Kardashian's child was staying at Faye Resnick's house as late as February. So clearly that's just something he's shooting off of the mouth. Tonight, occasionally, I'm told. So, but, you know, all of this has become ridiculous, Your Honor. It is far out on that little twig at the very end of a limb on a tree with a big trunk. That big trunk is all the evidence against Mr. Simpson. That little leaf sitting out there in the wind, blowing in the wind, is the defense hope that they can somehow get the jury to believe that some drug seller is the one who actually committed the murders. And, Your Honor, Mr. Cochran talked at length about that, but he also spoke about conversations over the phone. By the way, the conversations that Christian Reichardt had with Faye Resnick are clearly hearsay. I don't know why he thinks that would be admissible. At any rate, the conversations, excuse me, counsel.
He was just asking if you could repeat the last comment. He didn't hear that.
Oh, the conversations that were had over the phone, or the conversations that Mr. Reichardt had with Faye Resnick clearly are hearsay, regardless of whether Christian Reichardt heard the defendant over the phone or if he's just speaking to Faye Resnick. At any rate, Mr. Cochran was also talking about a conversation that Mr. Reichardt had with the defendant, allegedly, at 9 o'clock on June 12th before the murders, and as further demeanor evidence. Well, I would submit that the likelihood of misleading or confusing the juries versus the probative value of somebody's demeanor as interpreted over a telephone weighs against that evidence coming in. Because to say how somebody sounded over the phone without an opportunity to see their demeanor is their physical body language in conjunction with that voice, disembodied voice on the telephone, is really virtually meaningless. Further, Your Honor, in that regard, the defense, I don't know I don't know if there's been discussion of this previously, but the defense is treading on dangerous ground when they talk about Mr. Simpson's demeanor. They're getting into his character for peacefulness under the assumption that a murderer or that someone who does not commit murder acts peacefully up until the time of the murder. I didn't phrase that very well, but...
Well, Ms. Lewis, let's not launch into that issue. The issue before the court right now is the Hall issue.
All right, and it is clear that nothing Mr. Cochran has said has identified any third party or has shown any link of evidence besides a motive of some unidentified third party. He's failed to satisfy the requirement, all of the case law that our California Supreme Court has repeatedly held with regard to defendants who are sitting on death row waiting to be executed, repeatedly held that the trial courts properly ruled to keep out that evidence because it didn't raise a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt when there was insufficient evidence linking any third party. In those cases, it was a known identified third party, linking any third party to the actual murders themselves. Here, all of the evidence shows and points to Mr. Simpson as being the person who murdered Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman. And there has just been a failure, absolute dismal failure, to show any of that actual evidentiary link which the case law requires.
Thank you, counsel.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cochran, is there something that's absolutely necessary? It's normally proponent.
It is. I consider it absolutely about 1 minute of absolutely necessary things.
1 minute.
Thank you, Your Honor. In that regard, I just wanted to point out to the court with regard to People versus Hall that where this evidence of third-party culpability would raise a reasonable doubt is capable of raising a reasonable doubt in the minds of the jurors of the trier effect. We'd be permitted to put that on. You know, the question she raised is not our question. We have tried to link and show the court what the evidence would be in that regard. It seems to me it's totally reasonable under the circumstances for a trier of fact to find that reasonable, given the nature of what was happening, what happened that night, and under these circumstances. And the prosecution has a lot of theories, but the theories oftentimes are mangled by the facts of the case. And so I think I just want to point that out to the court. That's the crux of that particular issue. But it has nothing to do with Dr. Reichardt testifying. I think the court will concede that. There's abundance of testimony that he could make as to whether or not we would launch in that area is the issue when we get to Hall. That's all I want to say here.
All right. All right, the issue here is the presentation of evidence of third-party culpability. The California Supreme Court in People versus Hall, which is at 41 Cal 3rd, addressed this issue very succinctly and gave the trial court a great deal of guidance, and specifically the comments made by Justice Mosk at page 833. the California Supreme Court has followed that reasoning also in People versus Kaurish, Kaurish 52 Cal 3rd at 648. Also, as mentioned by counsel, People versus Clark at 3 Cal 4th, People versus Pride at 3 Cal 4th, and also the Justice Pro Tem's opinion in People versus Von Vius. These cases all indicate that before third-party culpability evidence is admissible, there must be evidence of motive, opportunity, and direct or circumstantial evidence linking a third party to the commission of the crime. I find that there was, given the facts of this case, opportunity for a third party. However, I find that the offer of proof regarding motive to be highly speculative, and I find the offer does not adequately address either direct or circumstantial evidence linking a third party to the scene. So the court will sustain the motion in limine to bar testimony from Dr. Reichart regarding drug usage by Faye Resnick. All right.
Clearly, that does not address the demeanor court indicates.
So those other issues that we discussed, Dr. Reichart's contemporaneous dealings with Mr. Simpson on the date in question is clearly relevant. All right, let's take a recess for 15 for the court reporter.
May I just address the
Right.
seconds? I just heard Mr. Cochran mention the content of apparently some conversations Mr. Reichardt had with Nicole Brown. I have not seen that in any discovery, and he is their witness, and I would like that if at all possible. In addition, on the 1054 issue as it relates to Christian Reichardt, I have my notes, some notes, personal notes that I'd like to hand to the court on the 1054 issue ex parte.
54.7.
1054.7.
All right, hand it to Mrs. Robertson, please. We'll take 15. All right, let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to see you're all still with us. My apologies to you for the late start. We had a number of legal issues that I had to take up out of your presence before we got restarted again this morning. All right, Mr. Michael Gladden, would you resume the witness stand, please, sir? And Mrs. Robertson, do you have those two exhibits available? All right. Good morning, Mr. Gladden.
Good morning.
You're reminded, sir, you are still under oath. Mr. Cochran, have you concluded your direct examination?
Yes, I have.
All right. Mr. Darden?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Gladden.
Good morning.
Mr. Gladden, when you saw the defendant, OJ Simpson, here, he looked pretty much the way you expected him to look, right?
Yes.
You'd seen him on television before.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Gladden, can you pull the microphone a little closer to you, please? Thank you.
And was it your testimony that he looked like he was advertising jeans?
Yeah, I had seen an ad with him wearing basically the same thing he was wearing that day.
And I take it you've never seen OJ Simpson at his home.
No.
You didn't know him before that night?
No, I didn't.
This was the first time you'd ever met the defendant?
Yes.
This was the first time you'd ever been face to face with the defendant?
Yes.
And so you really can't tell us then how he normally behaves.
That's true.
Okay. You can't tell us what his usual demeanor is, can you?
No.
You never saw the defendant carry any luggage?
I seen him trying to close a tall bag. And I think he laid something on the cart after the limo driver had put a bunch of stuff on the cart.
Okay. But you didn't see him carry any luggage, did you?
I really wasn't paying attention to that.
So you didn't see him carry any luggage?
No,
You didn't see him carry something over his shoulder?
I wasn't. After he gave me the autograph, Mike Norris came to ask me something, and so I really wasn't watching what he was doing.
And after, we'll strike that. When you got the autograph, you handed the defendant a pad, the Post-its that you
Yes.
showed us yesterday. Is that right?
Yes,
Did you also hand him an ink pen?
yes, I did.
And did he take that ink pen out of your hand when you extended your hand?
Yes,
Did he drop the ink pen?
no,
Did he seem to have any trouble grasping the ink pen?
no,
And he took that ink pen and he took that pad, right?
yes,
Okay. Did he have any trouble grasping the pad?
no,
Did he grimace in pain at all when he took the ink pen from you?
no,
By the way, did you shake the defendant's hand?
no, I didn't.
He didn't extend his hand to you?
Well, he just took the autograph, the thing autographed it and handed it back.
Did you ever extend your hand to him as if to offer a handshake?
No, I just said thank you. He said you're welcome.
Did the defendant have a cut on his left hand?
No, I didn't see one.
Did you look at his left hand?
I mean, I didn't come up to him and start examining his hand. I just asked for an autograph.
Well, did you see his left hand?
Yeah, I seen both his hands.
Okay. You see both of his hands and his entire left and right hand?
Pretty much so.
Saw the top of his hand, the palm.
Yes.
Saw the bottom of his hand.
Well, he held it, a thing like this when he signed it, and then just handed it back. So,
Did you see the bottom of his hand?
not really that closely.
Did you see the bottom of his hand?
No.
And Mr. Darden, Mr. Darden, when you were saying the bottom of your hand and asking the question, you were rubbing the back of your left hand with the palm of your right hand.
Exactly. Did you see the back of the defendant's left hand?
Not when I was standing real close, no.
Did you ever see the back of the defendant's left hand?
When he got out of the limo, I seen how big he was, and I was like checking out how big his hands were and stuff.
Now, on October 7, 1994, you received a telephone call from LAPD Detective Richard Crotchley. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he read to you a written statement that you had given the defense. Is that right?
Yes.
And he asked you whether or not you had observed the bottom of the defendant's left hand, didn't he?
Yes, he asked.
And you told him that you had not seen the bottom or observed the bottom of the defendant's hand that night, correct?
Right.
Okay. And when you referred to, or rather used the term bottom, you were referring to the back of the defendant's hand, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. You can't tell this jury that the defendant did not have a cut on his left hand when you saw him, can you?
I can tell if he was bleeding or not.
You can tell?
I mean, I didn't. He asked me, did I see any blood? I said no.
Okay. You didn't see any blood on the defendant?
No.
You didn't see any blood on the back of his left hand?
No.
Then again, you didn't see the back of his left hand, right?
Right.
So you don't know whether the defendant's, whether the back of the defendant's finger on the left hand was cut or not, do you?
No.
Now, during the time that you were speaking to the defendant, OJ Simpson,
Yes.
were you standing up on the sidewalk?
No, I was in my van.
Pardon me?
I was like near my van.
Were you on the sidewalk near your van?
No, on the outside of the van.
Okay. But were you on the sidewalk?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Where was the defendant?
He was by the back of the limo.
Okay. Is that the only place you spoke to the defendant?
Yes.
Now, how did you describe the defendant's demeanor yesterday?
Pretty calm. Just taking his time.
Yeah. Did he appear calm throughout your contact with him?
Yes, pretty much so.
Was there ever a point during your contact with the defendant that he did not appear calm?
No.
Mr. Gladden, you work at a Vons supermarket, don't you?
Yes.
And that supermarket is located at 230. Excuse me, that supermarket is located
Hold
on
on, I don't, just the city is fine.
Okay. The supermarket is located in the city of Santa Monica.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do there?
Work in a service deli.
Were you there this past Monday, July 10th?
Yes.
And while you were there Monday, July 10th, you were telling people about your observations of the defendant that night. Correct?
Yes.
Was there a point during your contact with the defendant that he lost his calm or was not calm?
No.
During the time that you were speaking to the defendant, a car pulled up. Is that right?
Not that I was aware of.
Not that you're aware of?
There's cars coming and going all the time.
Okay. You recall a car pulling up and stopping and someone blowing a horn?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall the defendant becoming startled after someone blew a horn?
No.
Do you know someone named Robert Driscoll?
No, I don't.
Do you know a driver for Bond's Grocery named Robert
No.
or Bob?
No.
Did you have contact with a driver for Vaughn's Grocery on Monday, July 10?
I mean, I come in contact with drivers all the time. But usually our loads come in on Tuesdays.
Did you have contact with the driver on Monday?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Isn't it true, Mr. Gladden, that you told a driver for Bond's Grocery that while you were talking to the defendant, a vehicle pulled up?
No, that's not true.
Did you tell anyone that?
I told nobody that.
Okay. Didn't you tell a driver from Vaughn's Grocery that a vehicle pulled up and the driver honked the horn?
No, I never have.
And didn't you tell that driver that when the driver honked that horn, the defendant, OJ Simpson, almost jumped out of his skin, Mr. Gladden?
I never said that.
You never said that, Mr. Gladden?
No, I didn't.
Didn't you tell someone, a driver for Vaughn's Grocery, that the defendant appeared startled when he heard that
No.
horn? Mr. Gladden, you asked for the defendant's autograph because he was a celebrity, is that correct?
That's true.
And you've asked other celebrities for their autographs, haven't you?
Yes.
How many celebrity autographs have you obtained?
Since I've been working there, probably about 3 or 4, maybe.
Okay. Who else? What other autographs have you obtained?
Cecil Fielder.
Okay, he's a baseball player.
Yes. And I got I think Steve Garvey. I got it for somebody else.
Okay, he's a baseball player.
Yes.
Who else?
And Holtz was a football coach.
Notre Dame's football coach,
Yeah,
Lou Holtz.
he was out there practicing his golf swing.
Anybody else?
OJ Simpson.
Okay. You don't have any celebrity autographs from any actresses?
Oral.
Ty Babylonia came into the store one time and I got her autograph.
But for the most part, the celebrity autographs that you have are autographs from sports heroes, right?
Yes.
You watch a lot of sports, do you?
Yes, I do.
Now, you told us yesterday what the defendant was wearing when you saw him, correct?
Yes.
Was he wearing socks, Mr. Gladden?
I have no idea.
You didn't look down to see whether or not the defendant was wearing socks?
He was wearing boots,
Boots?
kind of like dress boots or something like that. Looked like
Can you describe those for us, please?
kind of like tan color, but like a baseball glove color.
Okay. Did you see the defendant's ankle?
No.
You can't tell us whether or not the defendant was wearing socks at that time?
No, I can't.
Now, after you obtained that autograph from the defendant, he turned and he walked away. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at any time prior to that, did the defendant ever appear to you to be in pain?
No.
And as he turned and walked away, you watched him?
Well, Mike Norris walked towards me, and he asked me what did he say when he asked about it, if his son was still playing football. And I said I really didn't
Let me
hear
stop
him.
you there. It's not responsive. But you saw the defendant walk away.
Yes.
Did he have any trouble walking?
Oral.
No, not that I was aware of.
Okay. You didn't notice anything unusual about the way the defendant walked away, did you?
No.
Now, did you see him walk over to the Sky Cap station?
He was like kind of standing in between the sky cap and like where the door was.
And there's a trash can located between the door jamb and the
there's-
Sky
I think
Cap
there's
station. Is that
I
right?
think there's a couple of them like on each side.
Did you see the defendant place anything on top of that trash can?
No.
You didn't see him place a bag on top of the trash can?
No.
See some golf clubs that night?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did you see anyone take a golfing bag, golf club bag out of the trunk of the limo?
No, I seen like a big black bag. I don't know what was in it.
Was that black bag about 4.5 feet tall?
Yes.
And did you and Michael Norris leave the curb at the same time?
I think I pulled out before he did.
Did you tell us yesterday that you saw the defendant at the rear of the limousine?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw him open up a bag?
No, I never said that.
You didn't see the defendant open up a bag?
No.
Did you see him reach into a bag?
No.
You see him remove anything from a bag?
No.
You weren't looking at the defendant's hands specifically to see if he had a cut on his hand.
No, I wasn't.
Okay. You hadn't heard anything about Ron Goldman having been murdered at that point.
No.
And you hadn't heard anything about Nicole Brown having been murdered at that point.
No, I haven't.
And so that the record is clear, your assessment of the defendant's demeanor that night is based solely on the brief contact you had with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the first time you ever met him.
Yes.
you see the defendant speak to the Skycat?
No.
Did you leave, strike that. Did you see the defendant approaching the Skycat?
No, I did not.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Cochran? All right, Mr. Gladden, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Next one is called Mr. Howard Bingham.
All right. All right, Mr. Bingham, would you please stand at the podium there? Hold on just a second.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the class activities before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand and state and spell your first and last name to the record.
Howard Bingham. Howard, Howard, L. Bingham, Bingham.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bingham, would you just sit back and pull the microphone close to you, please? Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly. Good morning, Mr. Bingham.
Hi, sir. How are you doing?
Mr. Bingham, sir, what is your occupation?
I am a photographer,
And are you a world-renowned photographer?
the world's greatest.
And just so we're clear about that, have you recently published a 30-year journey of Howard Bingham, your own personal book on photography?
Yes, I did. I'm Muhammad Ali.
And do you have acquaintance with a man by the name of Muhammad Ali?
Yes, I do.
What about that acquaintance? How long have you known him?
I've been on Ali ever since 1962. I've been all over the world with him, and some say he's my best friend. I talk to him all the time, every day. Just left him night before last, had to come here.
All right. You've come here pursuant to subpoena to testify, is that correct?
Yes, I was at the All-Star game.
And in addition to being the best photographer in the world, do you have any other occupation?
Yes, I am. I will be producing a movie with Sony and John Peters on Muhammad Ali's life,
Very good.
which we just signed this not too long ago.
Are you nervous today?
Very.
And do you have a slight speech impediment?
Yes, I do, but that's no hindrance.
All right.
I'm here.
All right. Good. Thank you very much for coming. Sir, are you acquainted with the gentleman over here, Mr. OJ Simpson?
Yes, I am.
And about how long have you known Mr. Simpson?
I have been seeing and knowing him ever since about 1968 when he was at USC.
And so you came to know him there. Did you ever take pictures at that time?
Yes, that's how I met him. I am a photographer, and I was at the games and in the locker rooms and just taking pictures at the games here and there.
All right. And as such, would you say that he's an acquaintance of yours, somebody you've known over the years?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Mr. Bingham, sir, I want to direct your attention back to the date of Sunday evening, June 12th, 1994. Did you have occasion to be at Los Angeles International Airport on that evening?
Yes, I did.
And did you have occasion to leave Los Angeles to go someplace that evening?
Yes.
And where were you going?
I was on the way to Chicago.
All right. And why were you going to Chicago?
I had a meeting that Monday morning with Muhammad Ali and a friend of mine, John J. Hooker.
All right. And so do you remember what time your flight was due to leave that evening?
11:45.
And do you remember about what time you got on the flight?
I'm always late, so it was about 11:30. It, look, 11:40 maybe, 11:35, 40 around there sometime.
All right. You have, well, by the way, you were flying first class, of course, right?
No, I was not flying first class.
You were in coach?
I was in coach, unfortunately.
All right. And let me ask you this. Have you provided me with a copy of a boarding pass that you had that particular night?
Yes, I did.
And, Your Honor, I'd like to mark that as defendant's next in order if the court pleases.
I'm sorry, 12:44.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
We have a counsel copy. Mr. Bingham, I want to show you a. Yeah. Oh, here you have the original. Would you like to keep the original?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Well, let me just show you a copy. Your Honor, this is a copy made from that original. And I'll place this before you. Is this a fair and accurate copy of the boarding pass that you provided us with for your taking that flight, I believe, 668 Chicago on June 12th at 11:45 p.m.?
It is.
And as I understand it, it also has your seat number. We can make that out on that night.
Yes.
And what was your seat number?
On here says 21E.
All right.
I think. I don't have my glasses.
All right, well. Your Honor, I'm going to show this quickly to counsel and then.
I think we've seen those.
Right. That's right.
21E?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want you, have you ever seen this diagram before, Mr. Bingham?
Yes.
And I want you to look to your right there, and there's an indication that you were back in row 21. And were you at the window seat?
I was in the middle because what happened was I had the whole row. I was going to sleep that night.
All right. And so you had.
Matter of fact, what happened was. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You had 21E. It's depicted
Yes,
here
yes.
Your Honor, may I mark this as our next exhibit?
Yes, it'll be
It's
12:45.
I'll put 12:45 over here. So you're about to tell us that you had 21E, the middle seat. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you worked it out so that you could get all 3 seats and go to sleep. Is that what?
Yes, I did.
All right. So the area where we have depicted on here, Howard Bingham with 21F, and next to E and D, that's the row that you occupied that night, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay, sir. Now, after you got on this flight, as you described for us, 11:30, 11:35, 11:40, did you have occasion to see someone else come on that flight?
Yes, I did.
After that? And who was that person?
It was Mr. OJ Simpson.
And when you saw Mr. OJ Simpson, did you have any contact with him shortly thereafter?
Yes, I did.
All right, and where was he in regards to where you were seated in the plane?
He was. He had just entered the airplane, and I saw him get on, and so I had got up out of my seat and walked up just to say hello to him.
All right. So you walked up from the row 21 up to the first class area. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now there's an area on this diagram. Can you see it from there? That shows the first class area just generally the front part of the plane. This is the area in which you went.
Yes.
All right. And when you walked up there, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O.J. Simpson?
I did.
What'd you say to him, if anything?
I walked up there and I tapped him on the shoulder. He looked around at me and said, "Hey, Bingham, how you doing?"
All right. Did you have any further conversation at all?
Yes, I did. I was asking him where was he going, and so he asked me where was I going. So I'd like to mention that I was going to Chicago.
All right. How long did your conversation last with Mr.
A
Simpson?
minute or so. After that, the hostess had asked me to go back to my seat because we was about to leave.
plane was about to take off.
Yes, plane was about to take off.
So now during this conversation that you had with Mr. Simpson, did you have occasion to look at him, look at his demeanor, how he appeared?
Yes.
Can you describe for this court and jury how Mr. Simpson appeared to you at that time? How did he seem?
He had seemed like the old OJ that I always see here and there. I see him all over East Coast, New York, Florida, all over all the time with Ali sometimes, and sometimes on my own because I'm all over football games.
Did he seem relaxed to you?
He did.
While you were talking to him, did you have occasion to look at his hands at all?
I remember when I had walked up there, he was sitting in the middle of the seats there, putting monies or something in his pocket or something.
All right, had some money in his pockets?
Yeah, which he had it in his hands or something.
Here, let me see.
I don't know if going from one hand to another, but
He had money in his hands. Is that
money
right?
or some kind of thing.
All right, that you're going to put in his pocket?
Yeah, something.
And did you observe that?
Yes, I did.
And when you saw that, could you see his hands? Let's say, first of all, could you see his left hand?
I saw his left and right hand.
All right. And did you notice anything unusual about either his left or right hand?
I did not notice anything unusual.
Did you see any cuts on either his left or right hand?
I don't think so, no.
Did you see any blood on either his left or right hand?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on any of his clothing at that time?
I did not.
Now, after seeing him and talking to him briefly, and when the stewardess told you that you had to return to your seat, did you return to your seat?
I did.
And so that we're clear, you went back to the area of row 21, is that correct?
I did.
All right, and then, did you talk to Mr. Simpson at all during that fight anymore?
No, I did not.
And you're both going to Chicago, and when you got to Chicago, did you have occasion to see him at all?
I did.
And where did you next see Mr. Simpson after the encounter you just told our jury about?
I saw him the next time. It was in the baggage area at the Chicago airport downstairs.
All right, was he met by some person, if you know?
There was a man with him at the time I saw him.
All right, there was a man down there with him?
Yes,
And did you say anything to him when you saw him down there at all?
I did.
All right. Well, without going into it, did you have occasion to stay around that airport for a while before you left to go downtown to Chicago?
I did.
All right. And did Mr. Simpson leave before you left?
He did. Yes.
And who did he leave in the company of, if anyone?
He's with another guy. I don't know his name or anything.
All right. Is that the same guy you were just describing? The same individual you just described for us?
Yes.
All right. And when you saw Mr. Simpson downstairs, was that in the baggage area at O'Hare?
It was.
Okay. We at O'Hare Airport.
O'Hare Airport.
And when you saw him there, was his demeanor the same as it had been when you saw him getting on the flight? Special counsel's correct. Let me just try to shorten it, but let me ask you, how did Mr. Simpson appear to you when you saw him down in the baggage area before he left?
It was the same as I always see him, you know.
I would thank you very, very much for coming today, Mr. Bingham. We appreciate it. Nothing further at this point, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Clark.
Mr. Cochran just said he'd give Mr. Darden your book if I said no questions.
Thank you. I'll leave now.
It'll be very, very, very brief, sir. All right, now you have been seeing the defendant off and on in your travels for many years, correct?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever socialized with him, sir?
No, not really.
Okay. Did you ever visit him in his home?
No, I have not.
Has he ever visited you in your home?
He has not.
Have you ever gone out to dinner with him
I have not.
or lunch?
I have not. I was at events where he was at lunch, you know, with Ali, and so he was in the audience.
Okay, so you're talking about a big
in a big thing
auditorium.
with hundreds of people.
Okay. So
Not alone though.
Not alone.
No.
All right. And on those occasions, sir, were you seated at the same table with him or just in the same room?
Same room and up front because I was always with Ali, and so.
So all the big people sit up
Yeah.
front,
Not all the time.
but sometimes.
Yes, sometimes.
Okay, and then he'd be there too.
Yes.
But you were not alone together on those occasions, correct?
No.
They were public events.
Yes, right.
Okay. And so, on all occasions when you saw the defendant, would it be fair to say, sir, that you saw him only in public?
Most of the time, yes.
Was there any occasion when you saw him in private? What I mean by that is alone in a room where there was no one else around.
There have been times, say, like I remember we was in Florida, and I just saw him in the bar area, hotel bar area.
Okay, but again, that's a public
yeah,
area
right.
too.
So
There was a bartender there.
yeah, over to the side. Yes.
Okay. What I mean is, alone in a room where there was no one else
no,
never happened.
No,
Okay.
never.
And I'm sorry.
Mr. Bingham, if you would you allow Ms. Clark to finish asking you the question before you start to answer, because the court reporter is having a hard time because you're both trying to talk at the same time.
I shall.
Okay. You'll get out of here a lot quicker if we do it that way.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Clark?
Now, your book, does it attempt to depict the different sides of Muhammad Ali?
Yes, it is.
And so there is one aspect of Muhammad Ali that you see in public. Is that correct?
Oral. You can answer the question.
You can answer
So
that.
now,
It's okay, yes. You can answer the question. Do you remember it?
no.
It's okay. I'll do it again. Your book attempts to depict the different aspects of Muhammad Ali, correct?
Yes.
As he behaves privately and as he behaves publicly. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Now, thank you. Sorry, sir. Now, when you got on the plane in Los Angeles, was the defendant the last person to board?
I don't know if he was the last, but he was like one of the last.
And when you went up to see him, he was seen. Photographs that I've shown to Mr. Cochran. I'd like to show them to the witness. Mark the first one. People's next in order 503.
503.
I think that's right. All right, so showing you people's 503. Can you tell us if you recognize, in general, that as the appearance of the inside of the plane?
Yes, it is.
And does that look like first class, sir?
It does.
Put this on the Elmo so the jury can see it too, Your Honor. All right, and that's where you walked up to that area to speak with the defendant. Is that right, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Bingham, there's a monitor right to your right there.
Thank you.
Mr. Wooden, I think we need the styrofoam overhead. Yes, thank you.
Now, do you see the blue seats farther to the rear? Can you see on your monitor, sir?
Yes. Yes.
You see the blue seats to the rear of the first class seating, sir?
Yes, I see them.
Is that back where you were seated?
Unfortunately, it was that night. Can I say something?
Wait,
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
do you have the whole row to yourself, sir?
I did.
Now, you had... Okay, you told us, sir, that you spent about 1 minute with the defendant at that point.
Yes, it was around there, a minute and a half minute. I don't know. I wasn't timing, but it was fast.
And was there a stewardess that works in first class who was there at the time?
Yes, it was.
Was she the one that told you to have a seat because they were going to take off?
Yes.
Okay, now, first class has its own, its own bathroom, doesn't it, sir?
Yes, it does.
And I'm going to show you another photograph. Oh, another couple photographs. People's 504, Your Honor. Let me show you first close up, sir, and ask you. You sat in first class before, haven't you?
Normally I do.
This was an exception this night.
I had a lot of phone calls and said, Bingham, you can coach.
How did that happen?
What?
That they put you in coach?
No, what happened was it was at night, and so I had a whole row, and so I just went to sleep.
So that was okay.
It was for me because I rested
Okay.
as much. But I had a lot of phone calls that next afternoon, that next morning that I was on the opening statements. Say, Bingham, you're cheap.
World-class photographer sitting in coach. Is that right?
Greatest.
Right, I'm sorry. You're a smart man, Judge.
All right, I'm showing you what appears to be a door on the left-hand side of the seating, and I'm going to direct your attention to that area for my following questions. This appears to be first class, does it not?
Yes, it is.
You're familiar with what that looks like?
Yes.
And the door that I'm pointing to on the left, sir, is that a bathroom door?
Yes, I think so. I think it is from here. Yeah, I cannot see this side.
Let me show you another picture that might be a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
People's 505,
505.
Mr. Bingham, I can show you People's 505, a little bit closer view of that door in conjunction with the other photograph, taken from a different
Yes.
perspective, but
Yes,
appear to be a lavatory door, sir?
it is.
Thank you. I may show it to the jury, Your Honor. On the elbow.
Yes.
Mr. Bingham, for the benefit of the jury, sir, can you tell us, we were just discussing the door to the left. This is in first class, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you're facing, there's that white arrow there.
Yes,
Is that white arrow pointing to the door?
it is.
That's a lavatory door, correct?
Right.
And in People's 505, People's 505, sir, on the right-hand side of this photograph, we're facing from the other direction. Is that the first-class lavatory door on the right-hand side?
It is.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, that was a red-eye flight, was it not, sir?
Yes.
And so you slept through it, right?
Most of the flight.
And how long a flight was it?
It was under 4 hours, I think.
Okay. And had you planned to sleep through that flight, sir?
I would always would like to. Sometimes I cannot.
And that night you did?
Most of it I did. Yes.
Were the lights dimmed on that red eye?
Yes, sure.
And isn't that pretty usual when you're on a red eye flight, they dim all the lights?
Yes.
Because people like to sleep.
Yes.
Oh.
All right, so you did not see the defendant throughout the entire flight, correct?
I did not.
Now, do you recall what the defendant was wearing when you went up to see him in first class for that 1-minute conversation?
I do not. No.
Did you happen to notice whether he was writing anything or signing any autographs at that time?
I did not see him signing any autographs. He was alone, and he was doing something, putting some money in his hands or something like that. I don't know exactly what.
And was he standing or was he seated at the time you spoke to him?
He was actually sitting sitting on the middle seats in the middle at that time.
So he was already sitting down when you saw him?
Not all the way down, but on the middle,
On the armrest?
on the armrest in the middle. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. And which hand was it that he put into his pocket, if you know?
I didn't see him put his hand into his pocket. I just saw him do something with his hands.
Do something with his?
Oh, yeah, right. He had some money in it or something. I don't know.
Okay. Was he taking his hand out of his pocket, or?
I did not see him.
Didn't see that, did
No,
you? Okay. Would it be fair to say, sir, you weren't paying particularly close attention to his hands?
I was, no, I was not. No, I was not.
Okay. You weren't expecting to see any injury or any cuts on him, were you, sir?
I was not looking for anything.
Right, you weren't looking for any. And then you saw him again in Chicago, correct?
I did.
And at that time, sir, did you spend a long time talking to him?
A while. While he was waiting on his bags and I was waiting on my luggage.
Okay. And how long is a while, sir?
A few minutes, a couple minutes. So what happened was, okay, yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you paying close attention to his hands or trying to
No, I
observe?
was not.
Okay. Trying to make any That's all right. I'll just stop. He knows. So you weren't looking to see if he was injured particularly, is that true?
I did not.
All right. So you and the defendant are not close personal friends. Would that be a fair statement?
Right.
You're acquaintances, correct?
Yes.
And if there was some subtle difference in the way he was acting on that particular night, you would not detect it. Would that be a fair statement?
I don't know. I just know how he was with me. Hi, Bingham.
Yeah.
How you doing? You like that.
And if he was putting on an act to try and cover up what was going on inside, if he was feeling differently than he'd appeared, you wouldn't know that, would you?
Sustain.
Okay, you can only tell us what you were able to observe, correct?
Yes.
You saw how he behaved outwardly. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You don't know what he was feeling inside, do you?
Or will.
You can answer that.
What's that now?
You can answer that.
What's that?
You don't know what he was feeling inside, do you, sir?
I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
Thank you very much, Mr. Payne.
Thank you.
Cochran.
Mr. Bingham, if Mr. Simpson was acting that night, he'd been acting that same way since 1968, is that right?
He was the same to me. Whenever I see him, he knows me because of Ali. So, hey, Bingham, ask me about Ali. So.
All right. Thank you very much for coming, and give our best to the champ. Will you do that?
I shall. Thank you.
Ms. Clark? May you redirect?
Thank you, I have nothing
All
further.
right, Mr. Bingham, thank you very much for coming in, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cochran, your next witness, please.
The next witness, Your Honor, was Mr. Steve Allen. We got ready to proceed.
All right. All right, Mr. Valerie, would you stand at the podium there, please, face the clerk?
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause not pleased before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Stephen Valerie, Stephen Valerie.
Mr. Cochran.
Very kindly. Good morning, Mr. Valerie.
Morning.
Mr. Valerie, did you fly back into Los Angeles last night to be here to testify with us today?
I sure did.
And Mr. Valerie, I want you to look at the gentleman to my left over here, Mr. OJ Simpson. Had you ever seen him in person prior to June 12th of 1994?
Never.
On that date, on June 12th of 1994, did you have occasion to board an American Airlines Flight 668 from Los Angeles to Chicago?
That is correct.
And before we get to that, what is your present occupation or avocation?
I just graduated from MBA program at UCLA.
UCLA?
Correct.
All right. And at that, in June of 94, were you a student at UCLA at that point?
Correct. Just completed my first year.
Now, in that connection, do you remember approximately what time it was that you boarded this particular flight, 668?
I boarded just right as they were closing the gates. I'd say probably about 11:40.
All right. And when you boarded the flight, were you seated in either in coach or in first class?
I was upgraded to first class and sat in seat 4A.
All right. And when you're upgraded, you use your stickers?
Correct.
You're a frequent traveler?
Absolutely.
You take your coach ticket, you're able to buy your way into first class.
That's correct.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor, 1245?
You may.
I want you to take a quick look at have you ever seen this diagram before? 1245?
I saw it on the opening statements.
Okay. And in that connection, the front part of the plane up here is first class, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's an area here that generally puts you in row 5. I guess that's row 5. At any rate, let me strike that, Your Honor. What row did you occupy that night in first class?
I sat in what they number row number 4. In fact, it was the second row on that side of the plane and the third row from Mr. Simpson's side.
All right. And so let me see if I can understand this. And this was a Super 80 plane. In that plane, there's 2 seats on each side of first class and 1 aisle?
Correct.
All right. Now you can carry that. And in that connection, did you sit in a window seat or in an aisle seat?
I sat in the window seat.
So your seat number was what?
4A.
And Mr. Simpson then would be across the aisle from you in which seat, if you recall?
4D.
All right. Now, when you first got on the plane, did you see Mr. Simpson at that time?
When I first got on the plane, no, I entered first.
All right.
Was standing, organizing my bags, putting in the overhead, and then saw him enter right after I did.
And you saw Mr. Simpson enter a short time after you did.
Correct.
All right. And when you first saw him, did you recognize him?
Sure, immediately.
All right. And after he first entered, did you have occasion to observe him at that point?
I observed him pretty much from the moment he entered the flight.
All right. Tell us what you observed about him at the time as you saw him enter the flight.
I noticed, first off, that obviously he came on board last. I had expected I would be the last on board. So he came on, and I looked back, and he, I think others in the first class and also in the cabin class noticed him, and so everyone had his eyes gazed upon Mr. Simpson. And I proceeded to take my seat, and he put one of his bags in the overhead compartment, and the gentleman sitting behind me in seat 5B, that would be, said hello to him, and they knew each other, it seemed like, from their conversation. It was a brief conversation. They shook hands, and the flight attendant, motioned that it was time to sit down, time to get ready for takeoff. And so I also believe right before takeoff, Mr. Simpson asked for a glass of water, and that was brought out to him before takeoff.
All right. Now, you made all these observations from your location there at 4A primarily, right?
That's correct.
And when Mr. Simpson first entered, can you describe, and as he was interacting with the other passengers, can you describe for the jury his mood, how he appeared to you?
He was...
How he appeared?
Overruled.
He was very pleasant, smiling. I noticed his clothing was very well pressed, looked very sharp. In fact, I was looking particularly just because of his celebrity from his Hertz commercials and the fact that he was so late on board. I was looking to see if he was sweating, and he looked Absolutely normal. His clothing was very well pressed, and he sat down and looked over actually a couple times at the beginning and then later on the flight, and smiled and seemed very approachable.
All right. You mentioned his clothes were neatly pressed. Do you have a recollection? Can you, as the best you can now, describe for this jury how he was dressed in your best recollection?
Sure. He was wearing, to my recollection, a button-down shirt with long sleeves, with a T-shirt underneath. He had some kind of cotton pants on, either khaki or light blue or something. He was wearing leather loafers with leather mesh on the front portion of the shoe. He wasn't wearing any socks that evening, and hair was trimmed. I mean, that's
what you recall about him. Is that
correct.
Do you know whether? No, strike that. Now, you made these observations again from your seat in 4A, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point, the stewardess told you to, or the flight attendant is probably a more appropriate statement, Your Honor. The flight attendant suggested that everybody should get in their seats because the flight would be taking off. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mr. Simpson was the only one really standing at that point, and so it was just a quick. We're getting ready for takeoff, so everyone take your seats.
All right. So after a period of time, the flight did in fact take off. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you, for a period of time after you were airborne, have occasion to observe Mr. Simpson additionally?
Yes. After takeoff, I was awake for probably about, I would estimate a little over an hour of the flight, of a 3.5-hour flight. I positioned myself actually facing him, using the fuselage of the plane as a backrest, if you will.
Let me see if I can explain that.
Sure.
The fuselage of the plane. If you're seated, so I can use this demonstration, if you're seated, and this is the pilot up here, you would normally be seated straight forward. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Simpson's, I understand, would be to your right over to the window seat. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
And what you're demonstrating for us, move me around, how you moved yourself around so you could see Mr. Simpson.
You can rotate like this. I leaned about this angle and had my feet up. I elevated the leg rest of the other seat as well as mine, so I'd have just a little bit more leg room. So that position had a pretty clear view of Mr. Simpson throughout the flight.
All right, so for the record, Your Honor, he's indicated he turned his body, I guess, to the left, so his back would be against. Is that the end window behind you?
Correct.
And then he had a clear view toward where Mr. Simpson was seated.
Actually, it looks to me like you're turning to the right
Let's see.
and at a 40 to 45 degree angle facing diagonally is what it appears to me to be.
And you know what? I think you're right. You're right. Moving to the right, 45 degrees. Thank you. And from that vantage point, then, were you able to see Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I was, and observed him.
That's another question.
Ask another question.
Now, from that vantage point, what did you observe, if anything, about Mr. Simpson? Tell us what you saw in your own words.
The first thing I noticed was before takeoff, he was asked to put his bag underneath his seat, and he put that bag, a small black leather duffel bag, underneath the seat directly in front of him before takeoff. After we took off, he pulled that same bag out and put it on the empty passenger seat next to him, and proceeded to open that bag up and pulled out a manila envelope. I'm sorry, not an envelope, a manila folder with a document inside. Why I call it a document, I was able to see that it was a double-spaced type document on white paper, 8.5 by 11, and it was loose leaf. So he proceeded to read that document at the point at which I was observing him.
Ask him what happened.
Oh. Ask him what happened next.
All right. Okay, I'll do that. What happened next?
He proceeded to read that, sipped on his water, And it was pretty uneventful, really. I mean, we were just flying on a red-eye flight. He, again, because of my position.
Next question.
All right, sir. Mr. Valerie, as you watched Mr. Simpson from this vantage point, did you have occasion to look at his face?
I sure did.
Did you see any bruises or cuts or abrasions on his face at that point?
None whatsoever.
Did you have occasion from this vantage point you described for us to look at Mr. Simpson's hands?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you see with regard to his hands?
I viewed Mr. Simpson's hands specifically looking for a championship ring, given his fame as a professional football player. That was the motivation for my looking at his hands. I didn't see anything unusual, no Band-Aids, no large abrasions or anything to that effect.
You see any cuts at all?
I didn't see any.
See any blood on his hands?
No blood.
And by the way, you said you were looking for a championship ring. Is that like a Super Bowl ring?
Yes.
Some of that nature. And did you see one at that time?
No, I did not.
All right. And so you had a pretty clear, unobstructed view of Mr. Simpson as you were looking and making these observations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
His left hand would have been the hand I saw closest and best view of.
And I don't recall whether or not, did he ever take a book out of this bag that you were describing?
I saw the book out. I didn't actually see him take that out. I saw it out on the seat.
All right. And with regard to these papers that you say, the double-spaced papers that he was reading, could you tell what that was? I'm asking if you could tell. Could you tell what that was? You can answer that.
Yes. No, I could not tell what it was, no.
All right. But it was something he was apparently reading. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And what you've told us about now, did this take place during the first hour or so of the flight that you've described for us?
That's correct.
All right. And at some point, Mr. Valerie, did you go to sleep that night?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, is there anything else that you observed about Mr. Simpson that you haven't told us about during this hour period of time regarding how he appeared to you and his mood?
No, he, like I said, he glanced over occasionally and smiled in a friendly manner on a couple of occasions.
When he first got on the plane and you said he was interacting with other passengers, how would you describe him at that point when he first got on the plane?
Jovial. He came on, like I said, shook hands with the gentleman behind me, and then another gentleman came up from the cabin class and greeted him and had a short word with him as well. Again, they seem to know each other.
And the gentleman who came up from the cabin class, did you see him just go out of this courtroom a short time before you came in? All right. So at some point, he went to sleep. Is that correct? I mean, strike that. At some point, you went to sleep.
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you awaken prior to arriving in Chicago?
Yes.
And when you woke up, were you still able to see Mr. Simpson?
Correct.
Do you know, did you ever at any point see the pilot, the captain of that plane, Wayne Stansfield, come out and interact with Mr. OJ Simpson?
I did not witness that, no.
All right. And when you awaken, did you see Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
All right. Where was he at that time?
Seated in the same seat, 4D.
Okay. What was he doing at the time you awakened?
Just preparing for landing, buckling seat belts and putting the seat forward and the like.
All right. You were getting close to landing at that point?
That's correct.
All right. And so then thereafter, the plane, of course, landed safely.
That's correct.
Right? You're at O'Hare Airport, right? Yes?
Yes.
All right. And then after you landed, can you describe for the jury who got up first to proceed out the door of that plane and describe that for us?
We landed, taxied to the gate, and the first person to the front of the aisleway was Mr. Simpson, and I followed him directly afterwards. We were asked to wait just behind the door that they were going to open, obviously for safety reasons, and so Mr. Simpson stood in front of me waiting to deplane.
All right, now, as Mr. Simpson stood in front of you, did he have, if you recall, was he carrying any bags at this point?
Yeah, he had his garment bag over his right shoulder, which is the side I really couldn't see well. His left shoulder was to me, as we were going to deplane on the left side of the plane.
And was there a strap on that garment bag, if you recall?
Yes, it was over his shoulder.
Okay, what color was that bag?
It was a darker color. I didn't really see. That was the one that he stowed overhead.
All right, that was over the right shoulder. And then what about did you see any other bag?
Yeah, and then the second bag that he had with him in the seat, and he had that positioned over his shoulder, carrying it with the two straps in his hand, hanging over his back, and that was closest to me.
All right, and for the record, the witness is indicating his left hand with the bag over his left shoulder.
Yes, thank you.
Is that correct? Thank you. And you indicated that was closest to you. And were you standing right behind Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I was.
And from that vantage point, could you see Mr. Simpson's left hand or part of his left hand?
I could have. I wasn't looking specifically at his hand at that point.
All right. Could you see his right hand at all?
No.
All right. So you were very close to him at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did the two of you have any conversation or interaction at that point?
Yeah, we had I made a brief comment to him, which he smiled and I think in a groggy state acknowledged me.
All right. You seem groggy at this point?
Yeah, I think we were all pretty groggy at 4:30 in the morning.
All right. Plane was landing about 4:30.
Yeah.
All right. And at that point, what did you say, if anything?
I said to him, "You better be careful. Someone might think you're going to be doing a commercial."
And
the way his pose was, he looked like he was, and the fact that he was first to get off and looked like he was ready to get off that flight, he looked, I made that comment in jest.
All right. And did he say anything in response to that?
He smiled and indicated, yeah, I'm here to see Hertz or something to that effect. I didn't have a clear memory really of what he said back to me because right at that moment, the door flew open and we were walking down. So I was just walking with him and thought I may even get another word with him. So I was pretty much close to him walking out the gangway there and into the terminal, and then immediately he was greeted by a gentleman at the gate, where we both actually stopped to readjust our bags, and he shook hands with whoever greeted him and said hello and the like.
All right, so there was some gentleman met Mr. Simpson, and was that your last contact with him that day?
That's correct.
You didn't see him any further at that point?
We actually walked in tandem through the Chicago O'Hare terminal until he veered off to go to baggage claim. I was connecting on a flight to Washington, D.C.
So you're catching another flight and your baggage was going through?
That's correct.
All right. And there was any other conversation between the two of you as you walked in tandem till he veered off?
None. He was talking to the other gentleman.
All right. And there were three of you, basically. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, did you have occasion to talk with an investigator from the Los Angeles Police Department by the name of Crotsley on or about October 5th of 1994?
Yes, I did.
All right. And have you ever seen a copy of his report before today?
I saw it earlier this morning.
First time?
Yes.
And I'd like to approach Your Honor and just place it before him and ask the witness to read it.
Or will you can just show it to him at this point, see if he recognizes it.
Yes. I'd like to read.
Or will.
Why don't you take a look at that report and see whether or not that refreshes your recollection or you recognize the words there on a conversation with an investigator by the name of Crotsley, C-R-O-T-S-L-E-Y.
Oh, well, question was, do you recognize this document? Whether the content is hearsay is another issue.
Yes, I recognize this.
All right, do you recognize this from your conversation with Detective Crotsley?
It's a summary of the statements I made to the detective.
When you talked to the detective, Were you trying to be as accurate as you could?
Yes, I was.
And was this a telephonic conversation?
Yes.
By the way, do you remember whether or not the detective read you some statement prior to talking to you that day? Did he read a statement?
That I had made earlier?
Yes.
He read some portion of it. He did not read an entire transcript. He was referring, I believe, to the shoes on that second occasion. So he wanted to just read how I described the shoes.
All right. And did you describe the shoes for this detective in October?
Yes.
And what was your description of the shoes?
My description was that they were leather, European-looking loafers with black or dark blue leather and the mesh leather in the front top panel of the shoe.
Appeared to be loafers of some kind.
Correct.
Did you have occasion to describe for the detective Mr. Simpson's appearance and his clothing?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Did you have occasion during this conversation with Detective Crotsley to describe Mr. Simpson's appearance, how he appeared to you on that
Yeah,
evening?
it's the same general things I've said here today and I've said all along.
All right. I have just a second more, you know. Now, this will be it, Brother. You had not seen Mr. Simpson that night at 11:15, had you? You had not seen him at 11:15 p.m. on that Sunday night, had you?
No, I had not.
You hadn't seen him at 11 o'clock that night, had you?
No, I had not.
Hadn't seen him at 10:45 that night, had you?
I had not seen him at 10:45.
You didn't see him until about 11:40 or thereabouts that night. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's what you told us about here today?
That is correct.
You've told us the truth here today?
Yes, I have.
Thank you very kindly for coming.
Mr. Darden? About 4 minutes. Do you want to start now, or do you want to start after lunch?
It's okay with you, I'd like to start.
All right. All right, Mr. Valerie, I'm going to order you to come back then at 1:30, and we'll resume with your cross-examination by Mr. Darden. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you can step down now, Mr. Valerie. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1:30, and we'll be in session today until 6. All right. All right, all parties are again present. All right, I'm sorry. Sure. McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Please be seated. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Valerie, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon, Mr. Valerie. You're reminded, sir, you were still under oath. Mr. Darden.
Good afternoon, Mr. Valerie.
Hello.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
Recent graduate of the Anderson Graduate School of Management at UCLA, and currently on vacation.
Okay, you were on vacation back in June of 1994, weren't you?
Just about to, yeah. I was studying at Georgetown on an executive program there for a month.
Okay, and in what city do you live?
I guess these days Irvine would be my address.
No, you don't. Okay. Now you, when you saw the defendant, you paid special attention to him, didn't you?
Did you say when I saw the defendant? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Yeah, I sure did.
Okay. And you don't usually look at everyone you meet as closely as you looked at the defendant, correct?
Depends on the circumstances.
Well, when you meet other people, we'll strike that. Well, when you see people in passing, do you look at them to see if they're sweating or not?
Sure.
So whenever you see someone, you look to see if they're sweating.
When I see someone, I look at them, and you might notice sweating, if that were the case.
Well, you testified this morning that you looked at Mr. Simpson specifically to see if he was sweating. Is that right?
And in this case, that's correct.
Okay. And you hadn't heard anything about Nicole Brown's murder at that point, right?
No?
You hadn't heard anything about Ron Goldman having been murdered at Bundy, right?
No.
Well, why did you look at Mr. Simpson? To see if he was sweating?
Specifically because one of the few things I know about his celebrity is the fact that he did a commercial where he ran through an airport to catch his flight. And that is the reason why I specifically looked at Mr. Simpson, given that I expected I would be the last person to board that flight. I was using the telephone outside the gates and asked the attendant to let me know when the last possible moment for me to board was. So she waved over to me, and I got on. So I was startled when someone got on after me, especially someone that was a celebrity.
But to answer my question, Mr. Valerie, why did you look specifically at Mr. Simpson to see if he was sweating?
The specific reason was I imagined him having to probably run through the airport like his commercials, and imagined he would be sweating. It was a summer evening, it was warm, and I was heated, let's say. It's a warm plane the environment on airplanes warm. And I actually looked at him to see, wow, he must have been running through the airport, is what I imagined. So I was looking at him, and I actually noticed he looked very sharp.
Did you consciously think to yourself, wow, I wonder if OJ Simpson is sweating?
Can you repeat that question?
I mean, did you actually think to yourself, I wonder if OJ Simpson is sweating?
No, the thought that came across my mind was that he looked very fresh. I was surprised about that.
You spoke to a defense investigator on June 17, 1994. Is that correct?
I think that was a Thursday.
Yeah, but you spoke to a defense investigator in June of 1994.
Yes.
Right. And you were shown a copy of a typewritten statement, your statement to that defense investigator. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Okay. You haven't seen a copy of your statement to a defense investigator, William Pavlik?
The defense investigator.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I did see it yesterday.
Okay. And who showed that statement to you?
Johnny Cochran.
Okay. And where were you when Johnny Cochran showed you that statement?
In his office.
Okay. And that was yesterday evening?
That's correct.
Okay. And what time was that?
Approximately 8:45 p.m.
Okay. And how long had you been at Mr. Cochran's office yesterday evening?
I'd been there probably 40 minutes.
Okay. And how'd you get there?
I drove myself there.
Okay. And when Mr. Cochran showed you that statement, did you read it?
Actually, I didn't. I glanced at it, but I didn't bother to read it.
Let me hand you a single-page document and ask you if that is a copy of the statement Mr. Cochran judge.
It appears to be, yes.
Did you indicate to the defense investigator? Let's strike that. Where in that statement to the defense investigator does it state that you looked at Mr. Simpson for the specific purpose of determining whether or not he was sweating?
Sustained. Phrase the question.
Okay. Well, when you spoke to the defense investigator, did you try to be honest?
This is a summary of what I said. It's not the actual transcript. We spoke for, my estimates were probably about 45 minutes. So if that's all that was written, then I would imagine it would have been much longer for that much time.
Okay, well, is it your testimony that you told Mr. Pavlik that you looked at Mr. Simpson specifically to see if he was sweating?
Yes, that is correct.
And is that contained in the statement here?
No, it is not.
When you looked at the statement yesterday with Mr. Cochran, you pointed that out to him, I take it.
No, I didn't. Like I said, I didn't read that statement. They just said these were what were taken from you. I glanced at them. I noticed the key points and moved on.
I'm sorry, with Johnny?
That is correct.
Okay, you and Mr. Cochran on the first name basis?
And Carl was there.
Carl Douglas?
That's correct.
Okay, so you refer to Mr. Cochran as Johnny and Mr. Douglas as Carl?
That's how they asked me to refer to them. I said they can call me Steve.
And you spoke to Mr. Pavlik, the defense investigator, on June 23. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you speak to Mr. Pavlik, the defense investigator, in person?
No, it was via telephone.
Okay. And how long did you speak to Mr. Pavlik at that time?
Again, I'm not clear on the dates. You said the 23rd. What day was that? Was that the same conversation as that record has? Is it that conversation you're referring to?
Well, the first piece of paper I showed you shows the date of June 17. Is that
June 17th.
correct?
Okay.
Okay. That was the first time you spoke to Mr. Pavlik?
That's correct.
Okay. And you spoke to him again on the telephone. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
You spoke to him about 6 days after the first conversation, correct?
Okay.
Okay. About June 23, 1994?
I don't remember the specific date. Yes, I had a second conversation with him.
Okay. And you didn't tell Mr. Pavlik anything about looking at OJ Simpson specifically to see if he was sweating or not, did you?
Frankly, I don't remember what the second specific conversation was about. If it was any different than the first time, I think all the way through this, I've stated the exact same facts. And so I think he asked me questions again more in more detail, but I certainly don't remember a year later what the second conversation was verbatim.
And you actually spoke to the LAPD, a detective from the LAPD, on June 16, 1994, correct?
I think that's correct.
Okay, you
Again, I
spoke-
don't have a calendar in front of me, so
Okay, well, you spoke to Detective Kilcoyne?
yes, I called him, in fact.
And why did you call Detective Kilcoyne?
Because by that time it had come out that Mr. Simpson was implicated or had some possible connection to the case, and so I wanted to let it be known that he was on board this flight. I wasn't sure if that had been communicated to anybody, so I had called up, and they passed me on to this detective. I didn't know his name at the time.
Okay, and you wanted to make sure the LAPD had all the information you had
Correct.
relative to Mr. Simpson on the flight to Chicago from LAX, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did did Johnny and Carl show you a copy of an LAPD statement yesterday?
Yes, one statement, because I made two,
Okay.
and they showed me one.
Okay. And the one statement that they showed you, was it a handwritten
That is correct.
copy of a statement? Yes?
Yes.
And this contains the information you gave the LAPD on June 16, right?
Correct.
Okay.
A
And
summary again.
okay. And where, if at all, does it show that you told the LAPD that you looked at Mr. Simpson for the specific purpose of trying to find out or see whether or not he was sweating?
Sustain or phrase question.
Well, you told the detectives everything you knew and saw, right?
That's correct, and that is not everything I knew and saw is not contained in this handwritten, photocopied document.
Okay, you didn't tell the detective that Mr. Simpson was sweating when you saw him, did you?
Yes, I did.
You did?
No, I'm sorry. I did. I said he wasn't sweating, is what my statement was.
Okay. Where does this strike that? You told the detective that Mr. Simpson was not sweating.
I said the wording I used was he looked very calm, cool, and collected. His clothes were very freshly pressed and looked very well kept and entered the flight.
Okay.
I noticed no sweat.
And then you added on at the end, I noticed no sweat.
You probably have the tape recorder statement, so if you want to pull that up, I'm happy to go through it with you. This is not, though, a copy of what I said. This is someone's summary in about a paragraph.
Okay. What tape recorded statement?
I was talking to the police investigator. There was a beeping sound, so something was on tape, I assume.
Valerie, when you spoke to the LAPD on June 16, and when you spoke to Mr. Pavlik on June 17 and also on June 23, 1994, you didn't tell him anything about a garment bag, did you?
Did I tell them anything about a garment bag?
Did you tell Mr. Pavlik about seeing the defendant with the garment bag?
We didn't really discuss, how do we say this? We discussed the bag that was in full view. He put a bag originally on the flight.
I'm sorry, but the question is, did you discuss with Mr. Pavlik on June 17 anything about a garment bag?
I think so. I don't remember.
Okay.
It's a year ago.
Is that contained in the statement prepared by the defense investigator dated June 17?
If you want to bring that here, I'll see if it says that. I don't remember. In this statement, it just talks about the.
The question is there anything in the statement about a garment bag?
check the following question, because it's
Overruled.
vague.
Overruled.
In this summary that I have before me, it does not mention the garment bag.
And in the June 23 conversation you had with Mr. Pavlik, you didn't mention anything to him about a garment bag, did you?
Again, I believe I did mention it. Yes.
Have you seen Mr. Pavlik's report dated June 23, 1994?
Yes, I saw it. I didn't read it verbatim.
Okay, you saw it when?
The last night, I believe.
Copy of it?
No, this I haven't seen before.
Is that a single-page document dated June 23, 1994?
Yes, it is.
And does it bear the name William Pavlik at the top?
That's correct.
Is your name on that document?
Yes, it is.
Was there any mention in that document of your having told Mr. Pavlik that day about a garment bag?
Rephrase the question.
Is the term garment bag mentioned in that document?
No.
How about duffel bag?
How about any bag?
How about the word sweat?
It has not. This document has nothing describing the flight at all.
Okay.
This
And
is something
okay.
else.
And in fact, that document addresses the fact that he spoke to you on June 17, doesn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Does that document say anything about any amendments to your June 17 statement?
It does not.
Does it clarify at all your June 17 statement?
It does not.
And when you spoke to the LAPD on June 16, you didn't mention anything about garment bags, did you?
That's the answer, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you?
Can you repeat the question?
You didn't mention anything to the LAPD on June 16 about garment bags, did you?
I believe I did when I described when he came on, but it wasn't central to the fact that I wasn't bag counting. The bag issue came up relative to what I saw him do with the bag he had available to him.
Mr. Valerie, did you mention anything to the LAPD about garment bags on June 16?
Overruled.
Yes or no?
I don't remember.
Is there anything contained in the June 16 LAPD statement, which is before you, that mentions a garment bag?
That's the answer.
Sustained.
The first time you mentioned anything about the defendant having sweat or not having any sweat on him was on October 5. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, who did you tell about that? Who did you talk to about the defendant not having any sweat on him? First.
Overruled.
It's to everyone I've spoken to, both the police investigator and Bill Pavlik.
Well, if you told Mr. Pavlik about that, do you know why it's not contained in either of those two defense investigators?
Sustained.
At any event, Mr. Valerie, when you got on the airplane, Mr. Simpson came on after you did. Is that correct?
He came on after me. That's correct.
You paid particular attention to him, right?
I did. Yes.
Okay. You looked at his hair, did you?
Sure.
Yes.
I did.
Looked at his face,
Absolutely.
and you paid particular attention to his hair and his face, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Was there something about Mr. Simpson's hair that intrigued you that night?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
No more than anybody else's hair.
Okay. Or everybody else's hair. And you looked at his hand, right?
Later on in the flight, yes.
Okay. Are you a football fan?
Marginally.
You follow football?
Not really.
And why did you look
watch an occasional game?
why did you look at Mr. Simpson's hand later on in the flight?
I was looking specifically for a championship ring.
Did you know at that time that Mr. Simpson has never won an NFL championship?
I did not know at that time.
You testified this morning that at some point during the flight that you turned to your right and put your feet up in the chair.
So it crossed over into the front of the seat next to me.
Okay. And prior to that, you had placed your feet on the footrest.
Well, prior to that, it was takeoff, and the footrest isn't allowed to be up, so my feet were placed on the floor in front of me.
Tell Mr. Pavlik on June 17 that you had turned to your right to look at the defendant during the flight.
Yes.
Is that contained in a statement there dated June 17?
No, it's not. No, it is not.
And is it contained in that statement dated June 23?
I appreciate it. I'd like to see that.
Oral.
No, it is not.
And is that contained in the report from the LAPD dated June 16, 1994?
No, it is not.
And you did speak to Detective Crotsley from the LAPD on October 5, 1994. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you saw that report over lunch today?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's not contained in that report either, is it?
Again, I didn't read it in full detail. It didn't appear to me.
So was today the first time that you've ever told anyone, Mr. Valerie, that you turned to your right to face the defendant during the flight?
No, it is not.
You told us this morning that you remained awake on the airplane for approximately 1 hour. Is that correct?
That's an estimate. I'd say it could have even been a little bit longer than that. And I woke up also later, once or twice during the flight.
So the only opportunity you had to see and view the defendant during the flight was during that first hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Oral.
But you told Mr. Pavlik on June 17 that you looked at Mr. Simpson throughout the flight. Is that correct?
Again, the exact wording, I don't particularly remember.
Refresh your recollection to look at Mr. Pavlik's statement dated June 17.
No, because that is only a summary, like I've said throughout this. This is not any quotes of what I've said here.
Well, direct your attention to paragraph 3 of that statement dated June 17. Doesn't that statement state that you watched Mr. Simpson throughout the flight?
Object. I'd like to see that.
Oral.
Mr. Valerie.
The word used here was Mr. Simpson. Mr. Valerie stated that he looked at Mr. Simpson throughout the flight because of his prominence. What that statement probably represents is the fact that throughout the flight, during the periodic periods when I woke up, I looked over and viewed him. If that's not what's communicated there, that's what indeed was meant by that.
The statement doesn't indicate that you looked at Mr. Simpson periodically during the flight, does it?
Does not.
The statement says, quote, Mr. Valerie stated that he looked at Mr. Simpson throughout the flight because of his prominence, unquote. Is that correct?
Oral.
Is that correct?
The quote you're citing is from that document. That is not a quote that's attributable to me. That is a summary.
And you told us this morning that during that 1 hour period that you saw the defendant reading something?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you watch the defendant read throughout the entire flight?
In the moments that I watched him, I viewed him reading the document.
You just read this June 17 statement again, right? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
And would you agree that this statement is inconsistent with what you've just told us here in court?
Sustained. Phrase the question.
Mr. Valerie, doesn't the statement state at paragraph 4, quote, Mr. Valerie stated that throughout the flight, Mr. Simpson was reading documents, which he removed from a black duffel bag, unquote. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, I guess you did.
Was the defendant reading during that entire flight, Mr. Valerie?
I can only attest to what I viewed during the flight and during my observations of him, other than the moments I saw him before takeoff and upon landing. My views of him were reading the document. At least he was looking at it. I didn't notice if he was reading. I mean, I don't really know if he was reading or not, right?
Okay. Well, this morning you testified that he was reading.
Sustained.
What did you testify this morning, sir, that he was reading?
His pose appeared to be reading, and that's what I would be doing if I were looking at a document.
And you told us this morning that you couldn't tell exactly what the document was. Is that correct?
In terms of the subject of the document?
In terms of the identification?
I think I described it in pretty good detail.
Okay.
Other than the subject of the document, I described what I saw.
But what was the subject of the document?
I don't know.
Didn't you tell Mr. Pavlik that the document was a movie script?
I said it was double-spaced, typed on white 8.5 by 11 paper, and the documents I've seen that are double-spaced like that appear to be, I actually said a legal document, okay? And he said, or potentially it could have been a script. I said, yeah, or something like that.
So you told Mr. Pavlik that the defendant was reading a movie script?
No, I did not. And he interjected that. Could it have been a movie script? I said, yes, it was some document. All I described and attested to was the fact that it was a double-spaced, typed document on 8.5 by 11 loose-leaf paper.
Well, doesn't this statement dated June 17, 1994 state, Mr. Valerie opined that OJ was reading a movie script?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Is that the complete statement in the
Okay. The statement states, Your Honor, quote, Mr. Valerie opined that OJ was reading a movie script, ... and he could see that the document was written in a double-spaced format, unquote. Is that what the statement says?
That's what the statement says, and that is inconsistent with what I said.
Okay. Well, did you read a portion of that document? Did you yourself read a portion of the document you say that Mr. Simpson...
No, I could not read the document or its subject content.
Were you close enough to read it?
No, I was close enough to describe what I've described to you.
Now, you were seated on one side of the plane and Mr. Simpson was seated on the other side. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And after the plane took off, did the pilot lower the cabin lights?
The main cabin lights, that's correct.
Okay. And the first class passenger area was relatively dark or dim?
Other than Mr. Simpson's light illuminating him,
Okay.
and his seat.
Okay. But you weren't close enough to read the document.
Judge, ask and answer.
Sustained.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. During your June 16, 1994 interview with Detective Kilcoyne, didn't you tell him that you were close enough to read Simpson's script or contract, which he read throughout the trip?
No, I did not.
Showing you again the June 16, 1994 handwritten LAPD report. Is that indicated in the report? The report is down at the bottom of the page.
It's stated he was close enough to read Simpson's script or contract. That's what is worded here. What is implied is that I was able to make out that it was some kind of document, script, or contract. And if that's not what is understood from this secondhand document, I'll make it clear that that's what is my testimony.
By the way, is there anything in either of the three documents that I can hand you? The June 23 and June 17 documents from William Pavlik, the defense investigator, the LAPD report by Detective Kilcoyne. Is there anything in those documents that indicates that they are summaries of conversations that those persons had with you?
Oral. You can answer.
Not that I see here, no.
Okay. Now, you were kept in a room upstairs on the 19th floor, is that right? Today?
When?
Today.
No, I went up there and just had something to eat, and I've been down here in the hallway.
They have food up there?
They do.
And were you in that room along with Michael Gladden?
I don't know. I don't know who Michael Gladden is.
Were you in that room with other persons who have testified today for the defense and who are waiting to testify?
Other than Howard Bingham, who I recognized from the flight, and also the gentleman who sat behind me, Gary Adelson, is up there. I don't know him. I recognize those two, but I don't know them, and they were up in the room. In fact, they were up in another room. I didn't sit with them. I sat and had something to eat and a cup of coffee out in a common area table.
The shoes that you saw Mr. Simpson wearing that night, they weren't boots, were they?
No.
And they weren't tan in color, were they?
No, they were not.
Okay. By the way, did you ever have a discussion with Mr. Gladden, with Michael Gladden, regarding his description of the shoes the defendant wore that night?
As I just stated before, I don't know who Michael Gladden is.
The shoes you saw the defendant wearing that night were loafers, weren't they?
That is correct.
And they were black, weren't they?
My recollection is black or dark blue.
And when you testified this morning, you said that those black or dark blue loafers were European. Is that correct?
I said they appeared European.
But when you spoke to Detective Crotsley on October 5, 1994, you said that those black or blue loafers were Italian loafers, didn't you?
Italian style, that's correct. That's the word I used back then.
For some reason that today you use the word European as opposed to Italian?
Just trying to be more precise to help you out.
Well, you mean to help Johnny and Carl out, don't you?
Before that question, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I didn't get a good chance
Hold on. There's no question pending.
Good opportunity to see the shoes the defendant wore that night?
Can you repeat the question?
I said, were you given a fair opportunity to see the shoes that the defendant wore that night?
Yeah, quite a good amount, yes.
Did you look at the defendant's shoes as carefully as you looked at his face and his hair and his clothing?
Yes,
You looked at his feet?
I did.
You paid particular attention to the defendant's feet?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because I noticed the shoes, and I noticed he wasn't wearing socks with the shoes. That's what my recollection of that evening was. It was just an observation along with all the other observations I made.
I'm sorry, did you say the defendant wasn't wearing socks?
That's correct.
How do you know that?
Because my eyesight is good and with corrected vision, and as I know you're wearing a blue suit, He was wearing no socks.
Did you think that was odd or unusual?
Absolutely not. It fit the decor of what he was wearing.
Well, if you didn't consider that odd or unusual, why then did you pay attention to that fact?
As I paid attention to everything else that evening.
I assume that you approved of the clothing the defendant wore. I mean,
That's
Sustained, it is.
I'm sorry, what kind of pants did you say the defendant was wearing?
Cotton pants. Not denim, brushed cotton or something. I'm not specific on the apparel terminology.
Oh, the pants weren't denim?
No, that's actually not jeans anyway.
They weren't jeans.
They were not jeans.
They weren't Levi's?
Levi's is a brand. I don't know what brand they were.
You told us this morning that that the defendant was given some water by the flight attendant. Is that
That's
correct?
Had ice in it.
I'm sorry?
Had some ice in it.
You saw the defendant, I'm sorry, you saw the flight attendant retrieve some water and bring it to the defendant?
That's correct.
Okay, and when was that exactly?
My recollection of that was actually right before takeoff. But like I said, I worded it recollection because it could have been right after takeoff. That the timing of that I don't really know, but I did notice he had a water very certainly within the first 15 minutes of that flight.
And when you saw the flight attendant bring the defendant some water, did she bring him that water in a cup or a glass?
It was a small clear plastic cup.
And after the flight attendant brought the defendant that water in that clear plastic cup, did you see her return with a bottle of water?
No, I did not. Or I didn't notice it.
You didn't notice that?
No, she also served me a drink, so I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to who was ordering what drink after flight.
Didn't you see the flight attendant bring Mr. Simpson water on 3 or 4 occasions?
I didn't witness 3 or 4 occasions. No.
Do you recall the flight attendant's name?
No.
Did she tell you her name?
I've never met her, other than that flight, but I know I've never seen her. I don't know her name. I wouldn't even be able to pick her out.
And then again, you slept most of the flight, is that correct?
Of the 3.5-hour flight, I slept probably about, I would say 2 hours, maximum 2.5 hours. But not in a consistent sleep. It was on and off.
And during those moments that you were awake, which must have been what, an hour to hour and a half?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Were you looking at the defendant throughout that hour or 1.5 hour period?
My most intense observations of Mr. Simpson were in the first hour. After that, I mean, things really didn't change much from my perspective, in that I saw what he looked like, saw what he wore, and made the observations that I've stated to you and the police investigators.
Okay. So your observations we'll strike that. You would describe your observations of the defendant as intense observations, is that right?
As what type of observation?
Intense.
Intense.
Yes.
Relative to how I may observe some other not as famous individual, I'd say yes.
Okay. Now, did you see the defendant go to the restroom?
I only saw him go once.
Okay. You didn't see the defendant go to the restroom 4 or 5 times during the flight?
I did not see him. I stated I saw him once get up to go to the bathroom.
Did you ever see the defendant retrieve a pair of socks and put them on?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see him change his clothes at all?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see the defendant change from tan boots to black or blue Italian loafers?
No, I did not.
Has anyone shown you a pair of Italian loafers?
No, they have not.
Mr. Cochran and Mr. Douglas didn't show you a pair?
They did not.
When you went to sleep, Mr. Simpson was still awake, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you woke up, Mr. Simpson was still awake, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what time did that plane land in Chicago, Pacific time?
Again, I've been told 4:35. I don't recall exactly. And 4:35, I guess that would be Chicago time. But again, I wasn't paying particular attention to the time at that point.
And Chicago is 2 hours ahead of us here in Los Angeles.
Still is. Thank you, Mr. Darden.
With regard to not wearing socks, you went to UCLA for how long? A couple of years?
2 years business school.
It's fairly common to see people who hang out on the West Side wear casual clothes with no socks on and loafers.
Fairly common, yes.
See that a lot at UCLA, don't you? In Westwood.
You see it generally, I think, all over the area.
Not only in California and other states also?
I guess it depends on the weather. It was summertime. It was warm.
Now, you have talked to either defense investigators or the police on at least 4 occasions that you've been asked about here today. Is that correct?
Yes, two police investigators and twice with Mr. Pavlik.
And let's want to make sure of the chronology. As I understand it, the first authorities that you spoke to in this case were to the LAPD, Detective Kilcoyne, before you ever talked to any defense investigators. Isn't that right?
That actually is not correct.
Okay, who'd you talk to first, as far as an authority?
I phoned up the very next, it would have been Tuesday morning, Washington, D.C. time, probably about 7 a.m. So it would have been placed at 4 a.m. or so in Los Angeles. I phoned up to let someone know at the LAPD that I indeed sat next to Mr. Simpson that flight and that he was in Chicago, to let them know that. I wasn't where I was living, didn't have a TV, I didn't have a lot of access to information, just heard the news secondhand and made that phone call.
Sorry.
Yeah, the person who answered the phone said, you know, I should call back at another time, that no one really was around to take the information, of no investigator, and gave me a number to call back. So that was my first contact.
So the first call was then on the 14th, is that right? Or was that the 13th?
Tuesday, whatever that Tuesday was.
All right, that Tuesday will be the 14th, okay? And what you were doing, you were calling the police to try and assist them in case they didn't know where Mr. Simpson was, is that right?
That's correct.
It is.
Oh, but all right,
It is.
I'll ask another way. You're right. Why were you calling the police on Tuesday the 14th?
To forward information to the fact that I was with Mr. Simpson on a flight and give them that information.
All right, and then thereafter, you had occasion to speak to a police officer by the name of Kilcoyne, and that was on the 16th. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I phoned him.
You called him also, is that right? And
Yes.
as I understand it, the statement that you gave Detective Kilcoyne, I may approach you with all these statements.
Can I get my copy?
Yes.
Sure, correct. Now I can approach. With regard to these statements, and we'll do this quickly, Your Honor. With regard to Detective Kilcoyne, you gave this statement on or about June 16th, 1994. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in all the statements that you've given in this case, have you been consistent with what you've told this jury here today? Or will?
That is correct. I've been
And
very consistent.
all right. And with regard, sir, to the statement written up by Kilcoyne, this was a telephonic interview. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He didn't send you a copy of the statement, did he?
No, he did not.
And is this statement that counsel's been referring to, the June 16th statement, is that a complete and verbatim transcript of what you said to him at that time?
No, it is definitely not.
All right. And when you talked with Mr. Pavlik on June 17th, the second statement, which is kind of in letter form, is that statement a correct and verbatim copy of what you said to Mr. Pavlik at that time?
No, it is not. It is a summary.
All right. These are summaries, both are summaries. And then counsel was referring to a statement of June 23rd, 94, which, what is that? Why don't you look at it and see what that is? Is that a statement at all, or what is that?
It refers to the second conversation I had when the press found out who I was, and I wanted to ask to see if I was breaking any rules of the court or any other laws by making a statement to the press. It was in particular relation to what had been publicly broadcast about the flight attendant saying he had his hand in his bag.
This stand,
Well, at any rate, this is-
excuse me,
Okay.
curious to disregard that comment. That last comment.
Okay. With regard to this June 23rd statement, it's addressed to somebody named Bonnie, isn't it?
That is correct, Bonnie Barron.
It's not even addressed to you, is it?
Nope.
All right. Now, in fact, on that statement, at the top part, it says from to subject date. You're not even mentioned at the top, are you?
No, I'm only mentioned in the text.
All right. And again, that is basically a letter to Bonnie, right?
That is correct.
Now, the final statement from Detective Crotsley, taken from you on October 5th, 1994. Look at that statement and see whether or not that's a verbatim statement of what you said to Detective Crotsley.
I spoke with Detective Crotsley probably 35 or 40 minutes, and this has probably about 40 total words in this thing. So I'd be speaking very slow if this were the verbatim document.
So that's not the whole, that's a summary again, is that right?
Absolutely.
Now, you mentioned that you had some concern about violating the court's rules. Have you been offered money to testify in this case?
Yes, I have on a number of occasions.
How many occasions have you been offered money?
3 specific times.
And how much, by whom were you offered money the first time?
By whom?
Yes,
Individual or company?
Which
or
company?
Television show. I don't remember the order. The 3 companies were Current Affair, Hard Copy, and Inside Edition.
Let's take them in reverse.
Alphabetical order.
Yes, I was going to say in order of their terribleness, but I won't say that. Let's take them in, as the court says, in alphabetical order. And I guess that would be Current Affair?
Current Affair, $10,000.
And let's see. The next one will be Hard Copy. How much do they offer you?
$6,000.
The last would be, is an Inside Edition?
That's correct.
How much do they offer?
$3,000.
Did you take any money from any of those people at all?
I did not.
You did not sold your story at all in this case. Is that correct, sir?
I did not.
And why didn't you sell your story in this case?
I didn't feel it was appropriate in that I expected I might be a witness in this case, and didn't think it's very good to compromise the story. Someone might think that you tainted the story to get a sum of money.
Have you come here and told us the truth today?
Yes, I have.
Thank you very kindly for coming.
Mr. Darden, anything further?
Question, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Valerie, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
It's called today's Maryland stand.
All right, Mr. Merrill. Would you come forward, please? Stand over next to Mr. Douglas. Please face Mrs. Robertson, the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the compound meeting before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and we can stand and state your first and last names for the record.
Jim Merrill.
May we have the spelling, please?
Jim, J-I-M, Merrill, M-E-R-R-I-L-L.
Thank you.
Mr. Merrill, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, what is your occupation?
Worked for the Hertz Corporation.
And sir, how long have you worked for Hertz?
Just under 2 years.
What do you do for Hertz, sir?
I'm in the corporate sales department, sales representative.
Excuse me, Mr. Merrill, would you pull the microphone a little close to you there?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Merrill, is it the practice of Hertz Corporation to hold a function each year?
Yes, it is.
What sort of function is that?
We like to have golf outings once a year.
Was such a function held this year?
Yes, it was.
When was that?
That was this prior Monday. That's where I got the sunburn.
Was that golf tournament held last year?
Yes, it was.
What was the date of the tournament?
June 13th.
At the golf tournament, what sorts of people does Hertz introduce or bring forward?
Typically, what we'd like to do is bring a celebrity to help entertain the clients that we do have in town for the golf outing.
And what sorts of clients come for the festival?
People who have a purchasing decision within the companies that we do business with.
What role, sir, did you play last year with that golf tournament?
Last year, I was asked to pick up Mr. Simpson at the airport when he flew in that morning.
When did you first learn, sir, that Mr. Simpson would be coming to Chicago?
Approximately a month before he came into town.
And, sir, what sort of arrangements did you make to pick him up?
I personally didn't make the arrangements. Those were made by Casey Thomasine back at my office.
Did there come a time, sir, when you were involved with actually picking him up?
Yes, there was.
What was occurring in that regard?
I was to pick up a Lincoln Town car in the morning and go over to the airport and pick him up at the gate.
And did you do so?
Yes, I did.
Were you with anyone?
Yes, I was.
Whom else were you with?
Bombay Shaw.
And what role did you play in that process, and what role did Mr. Shaw play?
My role was to meet Mr. Simpson at the gate and escort him to the car and then to the hotel. Mr. Shaw's role was to watch my car as I was meeting Mr. Simpson at the gate.
And what time, sir, did the flight come in?
Flight came in at 5:34.
That's Chicago time?
That's Chicago time.
And did you go to the gate?
Yes, I did.
Did you have occasion to meet Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe for me his demeanor when he came off of the airplane?
Very relaxed, looked a little tired, happy, friendly, cordial.
Was he carrying any luggage?
Yes, he was.
How many pieces?
He had 2 pieces.
Can you describe the 2 pieces for me, please?
He had a black garment bag and a black duffel bag.
Mr. Merrill, looking first at a document, at a bag that's Exhibit 1065. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
The initials on the front of the bag.
The OJS?
The OJS.
And
Correct.
does that appear to be similar to the garment bag that you saw him with on that day?
Yes.
Looking at what is marked as Exhibit 1064, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a black duffel bag?
And does it appear to be consistent with the bag that you saw him carrying that day?
Yes, it does.
When you first met Mr. Simpson, did you shake his hand?
Yes.
And What did you and he then do?
At that point, we proceeded down to the baggage claim area.
When you got to the baggage claim area, what did you do there?
There, we sat down on a bench, conversed, and waited for the bags to arrive.
While you were waiting for the bags to arrive, did anything happen?
Yes. Many people were coming out of coming down the hallway which we were in, and conversing with Mr. Simpson, shaking hands, asking for autographs.
You saw people coming down and introducing themselves to Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
You say they were shaking his hands?
Yes.
They were asking for autographs?
Yes.
Was he complying?
Yes, he was.
What was his demeanor when he was doing that?
Again, very cordial, happy.
Would you estimate the number of people who came and interacted with Mr. Simpson that morning while waiting for the luggage?
A good estimate would be 15 to 20.
And you were nearby while he interacted with all of them?
I was right next to him.
Was there anything unusual about the manner in which he interacted with those people?
None.
Did there come a time, sir, when Mr. Simpson's bags arrived on the baggage carousel?
Yes.
And what happened then?
Mr. Simpson stood up to go get his golf bag, and I grabbed the garment bag and the duffel bag and followed him.
And where did he place the withdrawn? Was Mr. Shaw in a car waiting somewhere close by?
Yes, he was.
And what occurred then?
Well, he picked up his bag from the carousel. We proceeded out the door and to the car where Mr. Shaw was waiting.
And what, if anything, happened to the golf bag?
The golf bag was placed in the back of the town car.
And what, if anything, happened to the other bags?
The other bags were placed in the back seat of the town car.
Okay. Did Mr. Shaw go with you on your travel, leaving the airport?
No, he did not.
What did he do?
Mr. Shaw took the Hertz bus back to the Hertz operations center.
Did you then drive Mr. Simpson?
Excuse me?
Did you then drive Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I did.
And where was he seated?
Mr. Simpson was seated to my right in the front seat.
Now, did O'Hare make arrangements for the lodging of guests who were attending the golf festival on June the 13th?
Yes.
And what hotel was Mr. Simpson scheduled to stay at?
It was Howard Johnson O'Hare Plaza Hotel.
Okay. And how far of a distance was the hotel from the airport?
Not far, within 5 miles.
What was the driving time on that morning?
Approximately, I would say 7 to 10 minutes.
While you and he were driving in your car, did he ever have occasion to ask you to put on the news?
No, he did not.
Were you listening to anything on the radio?
I had a radio station on. I don't recall what it was. It was a music station.
During the course of you and he driving together to the to the hotel, what did you and he do?
Oh, we were talking about how bad the weather was. It was raining, and we were concerned about the fact that we may not be able to play golf that afternoon. We discussed.
Sustain.
Did you and he discuss arrangements for his travel to the actual tournament later that morning?
Yes, we did.
Was there a discussion as to what would be done with the golf bag that was then in the trunk?
No, there was not.
Upon arriving at the at the hotel, what happened then?
When we pulled up to the hotel, I parked the car in front. We exited the car, and Mr. Simpson took his bags, this bag and the duffel bag, and the golf club stayed in the trunk. We entered the hotel and went up to the reception desk, and
If he was coming for the golf tournament, why were the golf clubs remaining in the trunk of your car with his checking into the hotel?
because we were going to be getting together to play golf later that morning.
Were you going to be taking him from the hotel to the golf tournament?
Yes.
Did he express any hesitance with leaving the golf clubs inside your trunk when you drove away?
None. No.
Did he suggest that you should not open the trunk or go into the bag?
No.
Objection, that's hearsay.
Answer stricken. Jurors to disregard.
What happened when you walked into the hotel?
We walked up to the reception area, or the front desk, and Mr. Simpson was being checked in, and there was a couple of people that also asked for autographs, if I remember correctly.
And did he comply?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
What happened next?
After that, I wrote down my cellular number and my home phone number on my business card, handed it to Mr. Simpson. We both talked about how we were hoping that the weather would become nicer, and walked him to the elevator, shook hands, and discussed about getting back together later that morning.
Did you see Mr. Simpson any more that day after he got into the elevator?
No, I did not.
Now, you had a chance to see Mr. Simpson when he first came off of the airplane.
Yes.
You had a chance to see him for the time while you waited for the bags to come.
Yes.
About how much time did it take for the bags to come, did you say?
Approximately 10 minutes.
You had a chance to see Mr. Simpson while you and he were inside your car traveling to his hotel.
Yes.
You had a chance to see Mr. Simpson while he interacted with...
Objection, this is all leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you have a chance to see Mr. Simpson as he interacted with the guests at the hotel?
Yes, I did.
During the entire time that you interacted with Mr. Simpson that morning, did you notice anything unusual about his hands?
No, I did not.
Did you notice any cuts on the middle finger of his left hand?
No.
I want to show you a photograph that is People's Exhibit 123, and you can look on the monitor to your right.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
What's the objection?
This photograph is irrelevant for the time frame posed.
Which exhibit is this?
123, Your Honor.
Photograph taken June 13th in the afternoon.
Oh, well. Mr. Merrill?
Looking at the picture that is Exhibit 123 shown on the monitor there, do you see what appears to be some sort of mark on Mr. Simpson's finger?
Yes.
During the time that you saw Mr. Simpson when he came off of the airplane, at baggage claim, and in the car, and in the hotel, did you have occasion to see such a mark on his finger?
No.
Now, thank you. When Mr. Simpson picked up his bags, you say that he personally picked up a golf bag.
Yes.
You picked up the garment bag and the duffel bag.
Yes.
Do you have occasion to recall whether or not there was another garment bag, like a Louis Vuitton bag?
I don't recall.
Okay. There could have been, but you didn't notice?
I didn't notice, no.
After seeing Mr. Simpson into the elevator at the hotel, did you have occasion to talk with him again?
Yes.
And approximately what time that morning did you talk to him again?
8:25.
And how did he contact you?
He contacted me by my cellular phone.
Now, have you been kind enough to bring your cellular phone records with you from Chicago?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to have marked as the defendant's next in order a 2-page document from Cellular 1.
1246.
I've shown it to counsel. Looking at exhibit
1246.
1246, do you recognize that exhibit, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is that exhibit?
That's my Cellular One phone bill
And for what dates are shown?
from June 9th through June 22nd.
And do you see on there any notations for incoming calls that may have been received on June the 13th?
Yes,
And what is the time of the first incoming call?
8:25 a.m.
Now, did you receive any phone calls on your cellular phone that morning before the call to Mr. Simpson?
No,
When Mr. Simpson called you at 8:25, can you say something about what his demeanor was?
he was very desperate. He sounded very upset, confused, very frantic.
And did he have any request of you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he wanted me to come pick him up as quickly as I could.
Now, sir, just so that we have some time frame in mind, how much time had passed between your seeing him in the elevator and your receiving the call?
Approximately 2 hours.
How long did that first telephone call last?
About 15 seconds.
And was there an occasion for him to call you again?
Yes, there was.
How much time passed between the first time that he called and the second time?
7 minutes.
7 minutes?
7 minutes.
And, sir, what occurred during the second phone call?
He was asking me where I was.
Objection, hearsay.
Subsequent conduct, Your Honor, only, not for the truth.
Your Honor,
No, that's asking where you were doesn't do that. Sustain. Jury's to disregard.
How far away from the Chicago Plaza Hotel were you when you received the first call?
About 20 to 25 miles.
And between how much driving time was that?
Depending on traffic, anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour.
And between the first call that you received and the second call, had you made arrangements to return to the hotel?
Yes, I was in my car.
How long did the conversation last for the second call?
Again, it was very quick, probably less than 30 seconds.
And can you describe his demeanor then?
Yes, again, it was very, very hurried, very frantic, confused, desperate.
Did there come a time that he called you a third time?
Yes,
And what time was that third call?
2 minutes later.
And what was his demeanor during the third call?
Well, the third call was probably the most desperate.
How so?
Well, I was at this point I was very concerned. I had no idea what had happened. So I asked the question, what had happened? I told him I was very concerned. He, at that point,
On there. Next question.
When he was talking to you, did you notice anything different in his voice?
yes,
What did you notice?
it was cracking. He sounded like he was crying.
And how long did the third telephone call last?
The third phone call lasted approximately a minute.
I'd like to show you what has previously been marked as Exhibit 490, which is a telephone record from Mr. Simpson's hotel room at the O'Hare Plaza Hotel. And looking at that document, do you see on there the phone number of the cellular phone that you were carrying with you that morning?
Yes, I do.
And how many times do you see your phone number listed there?
3 times.
Did there come a time when you arrived at the Plaza Hotel?
Yes.
And before I ask you that, how much time elapsed between Mr. Simpson's first call to you and the third call to you?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Can you check your records to verify?
Sure. Between the first call and the third call,
Correct.
9 minutes.
So he called you 3 times in 9 minutes?
That's correct.
And the third call, you said he thought he was crying.
Yes.
What'd you do when you reached the hotel?
When I reached the hotel, again, I parked the car up front. I ran inside to try to locate Mr. Simpson.
And was he inside?
No, he was not.
Without saying what occurred, did you speak with someone at the hotel about where he might have been?
Yes, I did.
After that conversation, did you attempt to look for him outside?
Yes,
Did you find out that he was there?
he was not outside.
Did you have a conversation with someone associated with Hertz about
Yes.
his whereabouts?
Yes, I did.
Who is that person?
John Johnson.
Without telling us what he said, what'd you do after that conversation?
I hopped in the car and sped to O'Hare to try to put the clubs on the flight.
So you tried to catch his flight at the airport for the golf clubs?
Yes, I did.
There came a time, I imagine, when you reached the airport.
Yes.
And did you attempt to put the golf clubs on the flight that he was taking back to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Were you successful in putting the clubs on that flight?
No.
Did the clubs have to go on a different flight
Yes.
to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Did there come a time when you spoke with him again about the clubs?
Yes.
Mr. Simpson, I'm asking.
Mr. Simpson, yes.
And what day was that?
That was the following day, Tuesday.
Do you know the approximate time?
Approximately 11 in the morning.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He called me.
And during that conversation, did you give him the claim check for the bags, the claim check number for the bags to pick up in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Did you speak with him any more after that conversation?
After that conversation, no.
Now, Mr. Merrill, you are testifying here because you've been served with a subpoena?
Yes.
And how'd you travel out here?
Traveled by plane.
And were your flight arrangements made by the defense?
Yes.
And have you been staying in a local hotel while in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And have those arrangements been made for you by the defense?
Yes.
When Mr. Simpson called you on June the 14th, did he call to thank you?
Objection here, sir.
Sustained.
When he called you on June the 13th, there were other things that he spoke to you about other than the golf clubs.
Yes.
Objection here, sir.
Overruled.
Now, he had been scheduled to play in a golf tournament that day, correct?
On Monday.
The earlier day.
Right.
And because of the emergency, he was unable to play.
Yes.
And you had been the Hertz contact person concerning making arrangements for the golf tournament.
As far as OJ was concerned, yes.
Correct. So when he called you, did he talk to you about the tournament?
Objection here, sir.
Sustained.
One moment, Turner. Mr. Merrill, did there come a time on June the 16th of 1994 when you gave a statement to police officers concerning your observations?
Yes,
And was that about 5:30 in the evening?
approximately.
And did there come a time on June 23rd that you spoke with an investigator for the defense?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Pat McKenna?
Have you had occasion to speak with Mr. McKenna since then?
Yes.
On approximately how many times?
Oh, approximately half a dozen times.
Did some of those conversations involve arrangements for your travel to testify?
Yes.
Did some of those conversations involve arrangements for your travel to testify if needed at a preliminary hearing?
Objection, this is all hearsay, leading.
Sustained.
Was there an occasion when you met with lawyers representing Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
When was that? When was that?
Approximately 2.5 months ago.
And with whom did you meet?
Mr. Bailey?
Have you and I spoken before today?
Yes, we have.
When was the first time?
The first time was last week. I'm gonna.
Let's take our break at this point. All right, Mr. Merrill, you can step down. You're ordered to come back in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess. Remember all my admonitions to you. We'll stand in recess for 15 minutes.
The duffel bag behind my shoulder, behind my back.
Yes.
Arm and back. Thank you. Now, at the time that you saw him carrying this, sir, was it empty like this?
No.
Appeared to be full?
Yes, it appeared to have one suit in it.
Could you tell if it had one or two suits in it?
Hard to tell.
And with respect to this duffel bag, was it empty like it is now?
No.
Appear to be full?
Yes.
Is there any other bag that he was carrying, sir?
Those were the only two that he had with him when he got off the plane, that I recall.
When he came towards you after he got off the flight, you met him at the gate, correct?
I met him as he exited the plane.
Okay, you watched him walk toward you?
Yes.
Did he appear to limp?
Not that I noticed. I noticed that he had a little bow-legged, but that's about it.
Okay, I mean, I'm not talking about the shape of his leg.
Right.
I'm just saying the manner in which he walked.
No, I didn't notice a limp.
Did he appear to be grimacing in pain as he carried the garment bag over his right shoulder and the duffel bag in his left hand?
Not that I remember, no.
When you first met with him, you shook hands, correct?
Yes.
Shook his right hand,
Shook his right hand.
and his left hand was gripping the duffel bag.
Right. Right. He put the garment bag into his left hand.
Okay. So you could not see his left hand as it was obscured carrying the duffel bag.
At that point, yes.
And then you went over to the baggage claim area, correct?
Correct.
You sat next to each other?
Yes.
What side of him did you sit on, if you
I sat
recall?
on his left side.
Okay. And when you were sitting on his left side, you were speaking to him and you were looking at him, is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you looking down to look at what his left hand was doing?
No, I wasn't focusing on the left hand. No.
Okay. And people came over to ask for his autograph, correct?
Correct.
And he signed with what hand?
With his right hand. If I remember correct.
Now, he interacted with each of those people that asked for his autograph?
Yes, he did.
How long did he interact with each of those people?
Oh, maybe 30 seconds each.
Right. Just long enough to say, hi, sign.
Right. How are you? There was a few other few people that lingered longer, but that's about it.
And during that time, sir, you were in an airport, correct?
That's correct.
Lots of people around.
Actually, I've never seen O'Hare as unfull as I did at that point. It was
Okay.
awful early.
But you said 15 to 20 people came up to him.
Yes.
Okay. So there were at least 15 or 20 people around.
Oh, yeah.
Were there more than that around?
Yes.
Can you estimate for us how many people were around?
In the baggage claim area itself, oh boy, maybe 75, 100.
Okay.
It's a guesstimate.
So 75 to 100 people were around at the time, correct?
Correct?
He's a celebrity, isn't that right?
Yes,
And he was a spokesperson for Hearst Corporation, correct?
that's correct.
And he's one of the celebrities that you advertise as being in the golf tournament. It's a draw for your company, isn't it?
That's right. Right.
And spokespeople are paid to be affable and charming and look good, present a good public image on behalf of Hearst, aren't they?
Yes,
That's his job, correct?
correct.
And if he didn't do that, he wouldn't be very good, would he?
Sustain.
Now, when you were at the baggage claim area, you sat there for, you said, about 10 minutes?
Approximately, yes.
And during that time, people were coming up, asking for autographs, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
And basically, were they coming up and doing that for the entire 10 minutes that you were with him?
Yeah, basically from the point we sat down.
Okay, so you really didn't have any time alone with him. Is that a fair statement?
Not at that point, no.
Now, when the baggage arrived on the carousel, what was it that he picked up from that area?
He walked over and picked up the golf bag.
And was that the only item that came?
That was the only item I saw. I was carrying his other bags. I just noticed a big black golf bag.
And when you say that you were carrying the other bags, what other bags were you carrying?
I was carrying the garment bag and the duffel bag.
Okay, when you say the garment bag, you refer to people, Defense 1065, the one I just showed you, the black garment bag?
Correct.
And the duffel bag, the black one I just showed you, Defense 1064.
Correct.
You did not see any small, dark knapsack type bag?
I did not.
And you said that the defendant picked up the golf club, sir?
Yes.
He didn't ask for you to do it?
No.
You ever picked up golf clubs before, sir?
Many times.
You play golf?
Yes, I do. Not very good, but I play.
Pardon?
Not very good, but I play.
All right, I'd like for you to pick up this golf club. Tell us how heavy that is.
Say 25, 30 pounds, maybe more.
Can you pick it up? Can you tell us how the defendant carried it on June the 13th, 1994?
He put it on his back and carried it out the door.
He had that strap over his shoulder?
Yes.
Now that particular bag, sir, it's been marked, hasn't it?
Yes, this is the Swiss Army brand,
Defense 1063?
1063.
Of the three bags that you've described, that golf bag there, sir, and the garment bag, 1065, and the duffel bag, 1064, which one was the heaviest?
I would say the duffel bag.
The duffel bag was the heaviest?
Best of my memory. The heaviest of three bags?
Yes.
Oh, well, the golf bag.
Okay. So the defendant carried the heaviest bag, is that right?
That's correct.
And when he carried that bag, he carried it out to your car?
Yes.
How far was your car from where he picked up the golf bag at the carousel?
Oh, I would say 75 to 100 feet.
75 to 100 feet he carried that golf bag?
Yes.
Did he limp during the carrying of that golf bag?
Not that I noticed, no.
Did he complain about pain in his arms or his shoulder as he carried that golf bag 75 to 100 feet?
No.
And did he put that golf bag into the trunk of the car?
He handed it to Bombay, who helped him put it in the trunk.
So there was someone standing by there ready to load up the luggage into the trunk?
Correct.
But the defendant carried that golf bag by himself without asking for your assistance.
That's correct.
And he gave you the lighter bags to carry, correct?
He didn't give them to me. I picked them up as he walked up to the carousel.
Because he went to pick up the golf clubs himself.
Correct.
Didn't ask you to do that. Carry the golf clubs.
No. No.
All right, now you've indicated you drove him to the hotel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were driving.
I was driving.
So you were not watching him, you were watching the road. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And there was a third person in the car, Shah Bombay?
No,
It was just the two of you?
it was just he and I.
And you had the radio on?
It wasn't blaring, but yes, it was on.
I mean, there was music on?
Yes,
You were listening to music?
that's correct.
All right. So were you trying to see if he had any injuries to his hands, his face, cuts or bruises?
No,
You had no idea that there had been 2 murders committed the night before,
I haven't, absolutely no. Absolutely.
and you had no reason to believe that he was injured for any reason at that time.
No,
So as you were driving the car, and I presume watching the road, correct?
that's correct.
You had very limited opportunity to observe his hands or his face. Would that be a fair statement?
Well,
Sustained. It's vague. Rephrase the question. It's also
Right.
compound.
You were driving the car and you were watching the road. Is that a fair statement?
that's correct.
Were you looking to see whether the details of his hands, his fingers, or his face?
It is.
Okay, sorry. Were you looking to see the details of his fingers?
No,
Were you looking to see if he was injured?
no,
Now, I think you were asked by Mr. Douglas whether you recall seeing a Louis Vuitton garment bag in his possession that day.
correct.
How big is a garment bag usually, sir?
Well, it depends on what you buy. Some of them are large, can be 4 feet, 3.5 to 4 feet in length, and others are short, basically the size of a coat, of a jacket,
And the length of a jacket, what, was that about 2-3 feet?
approximately. Yeah,
All right. So the smallest it could be about 3 feet. Would that be a fair statement? Short, in length.
yes,
And you said you did not recall seeing a Louis Vuitton garment bag in the defendant's possession on that day.
not that I recall. No,
And you also did not recall seeing any cuts or bruises on the defendant's hand that day.
that's correct.
Now I'm going to show you a photograph that Mr. Douglas showed you. Carl, do you have it? Oh, it's there.
All right. Ms. Clark, you put up.
That is
Is it 120?
3? 123.
Oh, 23.
All right, sir, we're showing you People's 123 again. Let me ask you a couple questions about that. First of all, the cut that you see there, do you think it's as long as an inch?
It looks like it. Yes.
Could it be as small as half an inch?
He's got pretty big hands. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Now, if you didn't notice a garment bag that's at least 3 feet high, do you think you would notice a little half-inch cut on somebody's finger?
Sustained.
Let me ask you something else then, sir. This photograph that you see before you here was taken in the afternoon of June the 13th. Looking at this photograph, can you tell us whether that is the reopened cut that had been suffered on June the 12th?
Well, I'm not a doctor. I
Sustained foundation.
Thanks, Howard. All right, you can't tell us whether there were any cuts on his finger on June the 12th, just that you didn't see any, correct?
that's correct.
You indicated he called you again then in the morning of June the 13th. After you dropped him off at the hotel, you heard back from him again at 8:25 Chicago time, correct?
That's correct.
That would have been 6:25 California time. Is that right?
Correct.
And how long was it after you dropped him off that you got that first call?
Oh, approximately 2 hours.
And how long did you speak to him that first time?
That first time was very short, 15 seconds.
Let me back up for a minute, sir. When you were at the airport with the defendant, you said all those people came over and asked for his autograph. Did he show any difficulty in signing the autographs?
Not that I saw, no.
And this golf tournament, was this part of his contract? This is an obligation that he had to Hertz Corporation?
No foundation.
Sustain.
If you know, sir, was the defendant back in June of '94 under contract with Hertz Corporation?
I'm really not sure.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
Okay. I assume so. I assume so. That's really out of my hands.
Overruled.
Is the appearance at that annual golf tournament an obligation that he has to Hertz Corporation, to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say yes.
All right, I'm sorry. The first phone call you had with the defendant at 8:25, he called you on your cell phone.
On my cellular phone.
How long was that telephone conversation?
15 seconds.
And the second call was how long?
A little longer, maybe 30 seconds.
All right, and the third call, you said it was about a minute, correct?
Yeah, about a minute,
That's approximate.
approximately.
You said that the defendant was increasingly sounding frantic and desperate and upset.
That's correct.
The defendant is an actor, is he not, sir?
Argument is allowed.
Rephrase the question.
Do you know that the defendant has been in various movies?
Yes,
And you've seen him in those movies, have you not?
I've seen a few.
Okay. And you've seen him on television, haven't you?
Yes,
He's an actor by profession, is he not?
yes,
Had you ever seen the defendant before that day, sir?
never, except on TV.
Except on TV, right?
Right.
Not on a personal level, correct?
No,
You have no way of knowing whether the frantic and desperate manner in which he behaved was an act or for real, do you?
Speculation, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Overruled.
I have no way of knowing, no.
And would you not, let me ask you something, sir. If a man whose ex-wife had just been killed was acting nonchalant and blasé, wouldn't you find that suspicious?
Objection argumentative.
Sustain.
You spoke to him again on June the 14th,
Correct.
and he called you?
Yes, he did.
Where did he call you?
He called me at my office in Des Plaines, Illinois.
Now, you had never met him before June the 13th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did it strike you as odd that he called you back on June the 14th?
In a way, yes.
Mr. Merrill, what city is your office in?
Des Plaines, Illinois.
Or would you spell that for the court reporter, please?
Sure. DES, capital PLAINES.
Thank you.
Sure. I hope I got that right.
Nothing further. Thank you, Ms. Merrill.
All right, Mr. Douglas, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill, would you have described your interaction with Mr. Simpson before dropping him off at the hotel as pleasant?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
How would you describe your interaction with Mr. Simpson prior to your dropping him off at the hotel?
It was pleasant, relaxed.
Had he been short with you?
No,
Had he been rude to you?
not at all. No,
Had he showed any anger towards you?
no,
Had he rushed you?
no,
Had he shown any impatience towards you at all?
no.
When Mr. Simpson called you after you dropped him off at the hotel, was he short?
Very.
Was he impatient?
Yes.
Was he insistent of you?
Yes.
Was he rushing you?
Very. Yes.
Was he calling you repeatedly?
Yes.
When Mr. Simpson called you the next day, he apologized for his brusqueness, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He apologized for having rushing you, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
When he spoke with you on the 13th, did he tell you why he was so short?
I had asked the question.
Objection, no objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
When Mr. Simpson called and apologized on the next day, did he offer an explanation as to his unusual conduct the prior day?
He basically,
Objection, hearsay.
Yes. Sustained.
He wasn't as short with you on the 14th as he had been when he spoke to you on the phone, the 13th.
Sustained. I
Was he-
think we got the point that he called to apologize.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, golf tournaments that Hertz gives frequently have executives attend.
yes,
There are celebrities that also come,
yes,
and it is expected that the participants will then play a round of golf.
that's correct.
Hertz solicits the assistance of others to help the celebrities and the other attendees.
Yes,
They have caddies to help on the golf course.
that's correct.
They have assistants to pick
Objection,
up.
leading.
Sustained.
Do they have assistants to pick up the luggage from the cars?
Yes, when we arrive at the outings, there's always people there to remove the bags and set them up on the car. So you just basically go in and have fun.
So when Mr. Simpson placed the golf clubs into your car at the airport, that probably would have been the last time that he touched those bags himself.
Objection,
That's-
speculation.
Sustained.
Oh, what's the practice of Hertz? Does the practice of Hertz have their corporate spokesperson reach into the trunk to pull out his own golf bag?
Objection, irrelevant, call for speculation.
Overruled.
You may answer.
No.
What is the practice of Hertz?
Well, it depends on the golf course, but we want our people to show up and not have to do any work, to have some fun. We have people that will meet them curbside to pull the golf clubs out of the bag, if need be, and set them up on the car.
And that is true of participants in the tournament.
Correct.
And that's certainly true of the primary spokesperson who is attending.
Absolutely.
Now, there were several occasions when you were with Mr. Simpson as he was interacting with others.
Yes.
He would sign autographs.
Yes.
Would he sign autographs by holding something in his hand?
Well, he would have to hold a piece of paper in his hand, obviously, to write it.
So there'd be the opportunity for you to watch the act of his signing the autographs.
Yes.
Was there ever an occasion when you consciously averted your eyes from watching his hands as he was signing autographs?
I was watching a lot of things.
You didn't ignore his hands, did you?
No, I did not.
But there was nothing about his hands that drew any attention to you.
No objection, that's leading.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. Was there anything about his hands that drew your attention?
Just the fact that they're big.
You did notice that he has pretty large hands.
Yes.
You watched him shaking hands.
Yes.
You watched him signing.
Yes.
You saw no cuts.
I saw no
Objection,
cuts.
leading.
All right, the answer will stand because it's testimony we previously heard. And
One more time. Thank you, Mr. Merrill.
Ms. Clark, anything further?
Very briefly. Sir, in that June 14th phone call in which the defendant apologized to you, you'd never met him before June the 13th, is that right?
That's correct.
You're not buddies.
No.
You didn't know him anything.
No.
He didn't know you anything.
No.
Right.
Apology was nice.
It was nice, but not expected, was it?
No.
You were pretty surprised by that, weren't you?
Yes.
And a man whose ex-wife has just been murdered calls to apologize to you for being impatient. Didn't that strike you as a little odd?
I agree with Your Honor.
Overruled. Yes, I guess.
And he also talked to you about picking up his golf clubs in that same conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, we did have the conversation. It was initiated by me, however.
And then he followed it up, though. Asked you a couple questions about it, didn't he?
I told him that I wasn't able to get the golf clubs on that flight and that they did go on the following flight. And I offered the information on the baggage claim ticket.
Actually, didn't you actually tell him you were sorry that you couldn't get them to the airport on time, but that you'd sent them?
Yes.
And then he asked, no, are they being, you asked if you'd gotten them, and he said, no, are they being delivered? Isn't that right?
He had asked whether they were being delivered, whether I had made arrangements for them to be delivered after they had arrived in L.A., and I told him no. I got them to L.A., and that was basically all I did.
And that was on the afternoon of June the 14th.
On the 14th, correct.
And do you know whether he immediately left his house and went to pick them up?
I have.
Sustain.
All right, now, you indicated it seemed odd that someone who didn't know you would call to apologize the following day under those trying circumstances for being impatient. Correct?
Sustain.
It's foundational. Okay.
But that's the third time we've heard the question.
As someone who saw the defendant immediately before and immediately after the discovery of the murders, your testimony about his demeanor would be very important. Wouldn't you agree?
Overruled.
Yes.
And he would have an interest in being very nice to someone whose testimony could be so important to him. I have nothing further.
He called you, Mr. Merrill, to apologize to you, correct?
And ask him, answer.
Overruled.
The answer.
Correct.
And then you told him about the arrangements that you had made for his golf bag, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Ms. Clark?
I have nothing further.
Mr. Merrill? Thank you very much, sir. You're excused. Thank you. All right, why don't you take your cup with you there so we don't mix them up. All right, and Mr. Douglas, you have some exhibits up here that Mr. Merrill has.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, who is your next witness?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. With the court's permission, we'd like to call Mr. Raymond Kilduff.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last name.
Raymond Kilduff, Kilduff.
And Ms. Clark, can we grab the golf bag here? Mr. Wooden, would you grab that for us, please? Yes. Ms. Clark, Mr. Packer. All right, Mr. Kilduff, good afternoon. Would you stand right there, please, and face Mrs. Robertson, the clerk?
Raise your right hand, please. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the class now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat in the witness stand, but please spell your first and last name for the record, please.
Dave Kilduff.
Have a seat, please. And you have to spell it.
I'm sorry, spelling of my name. Kilduff.
All right, would you just sit back and pull the microphone close to you there, please? Thank you. Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mr. Kilduff.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
You've been waiting for 2 days to get on the witness stand here.
Yes, I have.
We apologize for the delays. You are from Chicago,
Yes.
and are you employed there?
Yes, I am.
What is your employment, sir?
The Hertz Corporation.
Were you employed in the Hertz Corporation on June the 13th of 1994?
Yes.
Is that date of any particular significance to you?
Yes, it is.
And what is the significance?
It was the date that Mr. Simpson came to town for the golf tournament.
And what was your job at Hertz on the 13th?
Division Vice President, Central Division Sales.
And what does that consist of?
It consists of, I handle 17 states for the sales, the corporate side of the business. In this particular case, we bring in our corporate customers from that area to a golf outing annually.
And did you have a particular duty in bringing customers to the outing?
Yes, I did.
And what was your duty on that morning?
Basically, ultimately, I'm responsible for it all coming together.
And did you have occasion to be in the area of a hotel where your guests were staying?
Yes, I did.
What hotel is that?
The O'Hare Plaza.
At some time in the morning, did you see Mr. OJ Simpson there?
Yes, I did.
Where was he when you first saw him?
Sitting outside on a bench.
What time was it?
Approximately about 8:45 to 8:50, somewhere in there.
Would you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how he appeared?
When I drove up, I saw Mr. Simpson sitting out there. I was surprised, one, because I thought he was asleep. He was obviously distraught. Once I pulled up, his hands were in his, put his hands in his face, like there was something wrong. I walked out, got out of the car first, went up, introduced myself. I had met Mr. Simpson 2 times prior, and told him I was from the Hertz Corporation, asked if he remembered me, and at that point, he stated he needed to get to the airport.
And did you respond to him after he said, I need to get to the airport?
Yes, I did. At the same time, though, I had 3 individuals with me. John Johnson, who's my boss, Jack Raynert, who was a customer, and Jim Hoy, who was a customer. John got out of the car and said, Juice, what's going on?
Sustained.
The people that were in your car, did they get out of the car?
Yes, they did.
And did anyone approach Mr. Simpson?
Yes, they did.
And was there some conversation?
Yes.
Did Mr. Simpson respond in any way?
Yes.
Do you recall what his response was?
Yes, he said,
Sustained.
Do you recall what his demeanor was when he responded? Was this to Mr. Johnson?
yes,
What was his demeanor?
upset,
What was his tone?
frantic.
And at that time, did you make an offer to Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
To take him to the airport.
Overruled. What was the offer?
To take him to the airport.
And did he respond?
Yes.
What was his response?
He asked me to take him.
Sustained.
Did he get in the vehicle?
Yes.
What part of the vehicle did he get in?
Passenger front seat.
And you were the driver?
Yes.
Was there anyone else in the vehicle?
No.
How far did you take him to the airport?
Yes, I did.
And did you ascertain what flight he was on?
Yes.
And did you make any calls to see what time that flight would be taking off?
2. 1, 2.
Okay, you made 2 calls. And after making those calls, did you ascertain whether or not you'd be able to make an earlier flight than Mr. Simpson had scheduled?
I was not aware of any earlier flight Mr. Simpson had scheduled.
What flight were you trying to make?
9:15.
Were you able to make that flight?
Yes.
On the way to the airport, would you describe Mr. Simpson's demeanor?
Very much the same. Very upset.
What was his tone of voice in the car?
Upset.
Was he making any type of sounds?
Yes.
What type of sounds was he making?
Overruled.
He was moaning. Basically, he repeated a statement several times.
Did that statement express some type of distress?
Sustained.
What did that statement convey to you?
Sustained.
Did you have an occasion to observe anything unusual about Mr. Simpson's hands?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
That it was cut and bleeding.
Which hand did you observe that on? Do you recall?
Yes.
Which
The
hand
left.
was that? Did you notice any type of bandage on that hand?
Yes.
What type of bandage did you notice?
It was a regular, type of Band-Aid. I'm not sure.
And would you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the hand, the bandage, and the blood that you observed?
When Mr. Simpson was sitting against the wall, it was very sunny. I could actually see into the bandage because it was loose and it was very bloody. I could see the entire gauze area covered in blood.
Did you get Mr. Simpson to the airport?
Yes.
And did he leave your presence?
Yes.
Were you contacted by anyone? Who were the first people to contact you regarding what you observed regarding Mr. Simpson?
The Chicago police.
And when did they contact you?
3 days later, I believe
And
the 16th.
How many people, did you talk to someone eventually at the Chicago police?
Yes, the LA PD.
And how many people did you talk to?
2.
And for how long a period of time did you talk to them?
About 45 minutes.
And did you tell them substantially what you've told us here and told the jury today?
Not in this detail.
Did you later talk to anyone from police departments?
Yes, Mr. Hodgman, and I believe he had 5 or 6 policemen with him.
5 or 6 policemen?
Yes,
Where was this?
in my offices.
So Mr. Hodgman came to Chicago with 5 or 6 police?
Correct. It was a mixture of Chicago and LAPD.
And did you have an interview with them?
Yes, I did.
Did
With
they
Mr. Hodgman?
Did Mr. Hodgman tape record this interview?
Not to my knowledge.
Were notes taken of this interview?
Yes.
And did you explain to Mr. Hodgman and the 5 or 6 police officers what occurred and what your observations were?
Yes, I did.
And was that substantially what you've told this jury?
Very close.
Have you seen a report that was prepared as a result of that interview?
Yes, I have.
And in that report, did that summarize what your statements were to this jury today?
As a summary, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dart.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, what is your position with Hertz Corporation?
Division Vice President, Central Division Sales.
Are you responsible for sales over how many states?
17.
So you're an executive with Hertz.
Yes.
And the defendant here was the spokesperson for Hertz?
Yes.
Have you had any meetings at Hertz about your testifying in this case?
No.
Not one?
Not meetings. I've had conversations.
Have you had conversations with your higher ups?
Yes.
Hertz Corporation is concerned about its image. Isn't that correct?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yes.
And Mr. Simpson is the spokesperson for your company, right?
Mr. Simpson was.
If I understand your testimony correctly, Mr. Kilduff, when you drove up to the hotel that morning, the defendant was seated outside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you first saw him, his hands weren't up to his face, were they?
When I first saw him, at some point, no, I don't believe they were. At some point, though, while I was driving, and I don't remember exactly when, he did put his hands in his face.
Are you sure that he didn't put his hands to his face until you began to approach him?
That's possible.
Okay. Isn't it true that he didn't put his hands up to his face until you said to him, "Remember me"?
No,
You ever tell anybody that?
not to my recollection.
Did you tell Bill Hodgman that in Chicago?
As I stated, not to my recollection.
And the cut that you saw on the defendant's finger that day,
Yes.
you say there was a bandage on that cut.
Yes.
And the bandage was loose, wasn't it?
Yes.
And the bandage was so loose that you could see the cut.
Correct, I could see him.
Do you know whether or not the defendant left the bandage loose so that you could see the cut?
I would have no idea.
It does.
Were you surprised that the defendant had a cut on his finger?
Yes.
And were you surprised that the bandage on the finger was loose as opposed to being tightly wrapped around the cut?
I actually didn't think about that. I was more surprised that Mr. Simpson was sitting outside there because I knew he was supposed to be asleep.
The bandage that you saw was not a Band-Aid, is that correct?
I thought it was a Band-Aid.
You testified a little while ago about having seen gauze on his finger, is that correct?
Yes, I did. I meant the inside part of the Band-Aid, the gauze part of a regular Band-Aid.
And how big was that Band-Aid?
I thought fairly large.
What is fairly large?
About like that.
Show me again.
About like that. In fact, I thought that it possibly could be two. I remember thinking that because I thought it was, like one of the very large size
So the Band-Aid,
Band-Aids.
I'm sorry. You
Mr.
finished?
He made a gesture that I was not able to see. Can you give me an estimate?
About an
Show
inch
the-
and a half.
Thank you.
Now, at some point you saw the defendant fumble around with his bag, the black leather bag, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where was the defendant at that time?
Sitting on the bench.
And you could see inside that bag, couldn't you?
Yes, I could.
Have you spoken to Mr. Merrill about his observations of the contents of that black leather duffel bag?
No.
Okay. By the way, does this look like the bag to you?
That's very similar.
Okay. Defendant's 1064, Your Honor.
Yes.
The bag was not full, was it?
No.
In fact, the bag was relatively empty, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that surprised you, didn't it?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to the contents of the bag?
No.
Okay.
Speculation?
Okay.
Just
Well, you
think-
did talk to Mr. Merrill about his observations of the contents of the bag when he picked the defendant up at the airport. Is that correct?
Rephrase the question.
Well, did you talk to Mr. Merrill, or have you ever spoken to Mr. Merrill about his observations of the contents of that black bag?
No. Not the contents.
Have you spoken to him on the issue of whether or not the bag appeared full to him when he picked up the defendant at the airport?
No.
You spoken to Mr. Merrill about the weight of the black duffel bag at the time that he picked the defendant up at the airport?
Don't recall.
At any event, when you looked inside the bag that morning, the bag appeared empty. Is that right?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
It was empty for the most part. Is that right?
Overall.
Well, how empty or how full was it?
There were several items in there, but it, for the most part, was empty.
Now, the defendant got into your car, is that right?
That's correct.
And you took him to the airport?
Yes.
And on the way to the airport, were you able to observe his ankles and his feet?
No.
You ever look at the defendant's ankles?
Yes.
Was he wearing socks?
No, he was not.
He was not wearing socks?
No.
And the color of his shoes, what color were the shoes?
Black?
They weren't tan?
Not to my recollection.
Were the shoes boots?
No, they were not.
They were loafers.
Loafers.
They appear to be Italian loafers.
They appeared to be.
And when you arrived at the airport, the defendant got out of your vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know that the defendant has arthritis?
I did not know at the time.
Was there anything about the defendant's demeanor that day that caused you to think that he had arthritis?
No.
Other than the cut that you saw on his finger, did he appear to be suffering from any physical disability that you saw at that time?
No.
What did the defendant do after he got out of your vehicle?
I handed him his bags, told him what gate to go to, and he left. Went through the doors to his gate.
Okay. And when he left your vehicle, he didn't walk, did he?
He walked, but it was swiftly.
Didn't he run?
No, he did not.
You were interviewed by a defense investigator, is that right?
Yes.
Have you seen that statement?
I've seen the statement that was given to LaFall and Barris.
Didn't you tell that defense investigator that the defendant ran into the airport?
No.
Looking for a clean copy. No objection if I could just show the witness my copy and show him the last sentence of
Oh, did you like, it's under the report as to word ran? Says, they stopped the car, OJ.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. They're not willing to stipulate. Proceed.
Mr. Kilduff, let me show you a copy of a document. It's 2 pages. You see your name on that document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's Raymond David Kilduff.
That's correct.
And it has your birth date and social security number and stuff like that.
Correct.
Is this a statement that was shown to you last night?
Actually, not last night. I received it probably a week ago.
Okay, and you
Or
read it?
Friday. I got it Friday.
Okay, and you read that 1 week ago?
Friday, I read it.
Okay. If I could direct your attention to the next page. Would you take a look at the last sentence of the statement that is attributed to you in this document?
I see it.
Okay. Doesn't that statement state that you told the defense investigators the defendant got out of your vehicle and ran into the airport?
That's what that says. That's not what happened, though. He walked quickly. He did not run.
Well, when you received this document a week ago, did you notify the prosecution that there was an error in this statement?
No, I did not.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
After your 2 interviews with the police from Chicago and Los Angeles, were you ever notified that you would be called as a witness for the prosecution in this case?
No.
You're here under subpoena,
Yes.
and you're here because you have been required to and have told the truth in your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor.
Oh. How sure are you that on June the 13th, on the way to the airport that you saw our client, Mr. Simpson, in your vehicle, and that he had a finger that was bandaged and that blood was coming through?
Objection is compound and it's legal.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
The way the question was stated, it wasn't in my vehicle. When he was outside, I saw it, and there's no doubt in my mind that I saw it outside the O'Hare Plaza.
Thank you very much. Nothing further. Thank you for coming all this way.
That's two questions, Your Honor. Mr. Kilduff, it wasn't the cut on the defendant's finger that drew your attention, was it?
No, it was the blood on the bandage.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kilduff, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
That's all. Can we make your hormone before we go?
All right, Deputy Long, why don't you grab the cup there?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Your Honor, let's take the floor and use it. Thank you.
No, jurors are trying to summon the bailiff that they have run out of another pen.
That's a good sign, Jimmy.
Well, I noticed, I think one of our jurors has 6 notebooks. All right, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Darden, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. Mr. Mark Partridge, if the court pleases.
All right, Mr. Partridge, come forward, please. All right, please face the clerk.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you make within the class not to be before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Please have a seat and witness standing state display your first and last name is for the record.
Mark Partridge, Partridge.
All right, Mr. Partridge, just sit back in the chair, pull the microphone close to you, please. Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Partridge.
Hello.
And can you speak right into that microphone for us?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Partridge, what is your occupation?
I'm a lawyer.
And how are you trained? What law school did you attend?
I went to Harvard Law School.
And when did you graduate from Harvard Law School?
1981.
And what kind of law do you practice?
I do trademark and copyright law.
And where is your office?
I'm in Chicago with the firm of Pattisall McAuliffe.
And you practice trademark law with that firm in Chicago?
Yes, I do.
Now, you've come to California to testify on this matter from Chicago, is that right?
Yes.
And you're testifying pursuant to a subpoena, have you?
I understand there's a subpoena. I've agreed to testify.
And you've agreed to come forward, and you're here today according to that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in California?
I came on Tuesday.
Would you like to go home soon?
I would very much, yes.
All right, let's see what we can do about that. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the date of Monday, June 13th of 1994. Remember that particular date?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to be on a flight from Chicago to Los Angeles, American Airlines Flight 1691?
Yes, I did.
And why were you on that particular flight?
I was coming to Chicago for depositions in one of my cases.
Coming to Chicago or coming?
I'm sorry, coming to Los Angeles.
You're not usually a witness, are you?
No, I'm not.
Usually on the other end, right?
Yes.
Not as much fun, is it?
No.
May I put you under? Your Honor, approach the American Airlines simulated Super 80 jet airliner and ask to mark this as defendant's next in order.
1247. This is the chart regarding American Airlines flight. Was it 1691?
Thank you, Ricardo. Your Honor. I want to just have you ever seen this before?
No, I have not.
Can you just step down for just a second and see if you familiarize yourself with this? This purports to be, if I might indicate, Your Honor, purports to be a Super 80 jet. This part here is first class in the front of the plane, Your Honor. This is right behind first class, what's called a bulkhead. I want to direct your attention to this diagram once you see it and ask you whether or not you can point out generally where your seat was on that plane from Chicago to Los Angeles.
I was in this seat.
All right.
I guess that's 9E.
All right, and 9E is a window seat, is that correct?
It was next to an emergency exit door.
All right. You see what purports to be an emergency exit door on this defendant 1247? All right. And you recall that, is that correct?
Yes.
And on that flight, do you know the name of the passenger who was in 9D?
Yes, that was Mr. Simpson.
That was the gentleman in this case over there, Mr. Orenthal James Simpson?
Yes.
All right. And he sat next to you, did he?
Yes.
All right. Then resume.
Excuse me.
What time approximately did this plane leave Chicago to come to Los Angeles?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And did you get on the plane first, or did Mr. Simpson get on the plane?
I was on the plane first.
Then he came in and sat next to you?
He came in after I had been seated a while, yes.
Okay. And you've already described for us you were at the right side bulkhead seat, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when Mr. Simpson came on the plane, did you recognize who he was?
Yes.
Had you ever met him before that time?
No, never.
Can you describe for this jury how Mr. Simpson appeared to you when you first saw him come in the plane and have a seat next to you?
When I first saw him, he was dressed in a blue jean outfit, stonewashed blue jean shirt and stonewashed blue jean pants. And he came back to the seat next to mine. He was there. Also, there was another woman who had the same seat assignment. And so the two of them stood together for some time before he took the seat and before it was sorted out who would have which seat.
So as I understand it, there was some confusion as to who had that seat, 9D, both Simpson or the other lady.
Yes, both of them apparently had the same seat assignment, and the stewardess sorted that out after a few minutes.
So it was worked out after a while, and then Mr. Simpson sat there. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and what did you notice about him? How did he appear to you to be at that point?
Well, at first he seemed to be upset.
And how did you, what about him made you believe that he was upset at that point?
At that point, he seemed rushed and a bit agitated.
All right. At some point, did he take a seat?
He did, yes.
And as he sat down next to you, describe for the jury how he appeared to you to be, your visual observations at that point.
Well, he sat next to me. He had he sighed heavily and looked up, closed his eyes.
All right. And to you, this appeared as though he was upset at that point?
That was my reaction, that he was upset about something.
All right. Now, did the stewardess, you know, when you take off on these planes, sometimes the stewardess sit in the seats and they sit backwards, kind of facing you?
Yes, there was a jump seat just in front of where Mr. Simpson was sitting.
All right. And was there a stewardess in that seat just prior to the takeoff?
Yes, there was.
And did she say something to Mr. Simpson?
Yes, she said something to the effect of bad way to start the week.
And did he respond?
Yes, he did.
All right, the fact that he responded will stand. Next question.
He did respond to that statement, is that
Yes,
correct?
he did.
All right. And did you see him at some point make a request for something, some water?
Yes, he asked for water.
Did the stewardess accommodate?
Yes, she was in the jump seat. She undid her seat belt and harness and got up and got him a glass of water.
Okay, and then what happened after that?
She also got him a bottle of water, and he drank the water. She sat back down, and then the flight was in the process of taking off.
All right. Now, you were sitting right next to him, and you had an opportunity to observe him during this time frame. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, at some point, the flight took off, and you're now in the air heading from Chicago to Los Angeles. Did you continue to have occasion to observe Mr. Orenthal James Simpson?
Yes.
Will you tell us what you observed as you had your occupied seat 9E and he was in 9D?
Well, the next thing that happened after the takeoff was that he asked for the telephone, and the stewardess helped him get the telephone that was, I believe it was in the seat behind that I was sitting in. Because we were in the bulkhead, there was not a telephone there. So she helped him get the telephone from the seat back, and he made a telephone call.
All right, now, and you were sitting real close, and did you hear at least his part of the telephone conversation?
I could hear some of the telephone call.
Okay. Now, did he make more than one phone call during the course of this
During the
flight?
course of the flight, he made quite a few phone calls.
Did you have occasion to look at Mr. Simpson's hands as you sat there next to him on this flight?
I did see his hands, yes.
You describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed, if anything, regarding his hands. You see any Band-Aids at any point?
Well, initially, I saw that there was a cut on the knuckle of his left hand.
All right, is that which you're pointing to, the knuckle of the left hand, this middle finger that I'm holding up here?
Yes, it was the knuckle of his ring finger.
And you could observe that?
I could see that, yes.
All right. And did you see anything else with regard to that at that point?
Well, at that point, no.
All right.
Later, I saw that it was wrapped in what appeared to me to be paper towel from the restroom.
All right. The time you saw him, did you ever see a Band-Aid or a gauze or anything around that?
No, only the paper towel.
All right. Now, did you at some point say something to Mr. Simpson?
After he made the first phone call and continued to sigh, I said something to him again, like,
Sustain.
I would make an offer regarding this aspect of it. Let me ask another question, foundationally. Did you make a statement to him with regard to what was happening in his life and what was happening to him at that point?
I did make a statement to him, yes.
And in that statement, did you inquire about, well, let me finish the question. Inquire about what was happening with him? You can't tell us the statement quite yet. So, Your Honor, may I ask one further? Thank you.
Let me see you side forward.
Thank you. Let me see if I can rephrase it. You made a statement to Mr. Simpson,
Yes, I did.
and without telling us what you said to him, did he respond? And can you answer that yes or no?
Yes, he did.
And in his response, did that give you some idea what had happened in his life, or information he just received?
Yes.
All right. So then you then had an idea of what was going on in Mr. Simpson's life at that point. Is that right?
Yes.
And with regard to his state of being upset or distressed, did that condition continue on as you moved westward toward Los Angeles?
Yes.
Did you have further conversations with Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I did.
And did the subject matter of those conversations relate to someone who was very near and dear to him who had been killed or murdered?
Yes.
No subject matter.
Sustain. Answer stricken. Proceed.
All right. The subject matter of these conversations dealt with what was troubling Mr. Simpson. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Overruled.
And did that continue to occupy much of the conversation that you had with him on your flight west?
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Yes, it did.
All right. And how long was that flight coming west?
4 hours approximately.
And during this period of time, did you see whether or not Mr. Simpson drank any of the water that he was given at the outset, and any additional water?
Yes, he drank water throughout the flight.
And do you have an estimate of how much water you drank?
Probably a small Avion bottle, and he may have had a second.
Maybe possibly two?
Yes.
Did you see him go to the restroom during any of this time frame?
Yes, he went to the restroom 2 or 3 times.
Did the subject matter of any children that Mr. Simpson... Let me finish the question.
Sustain.
Can't finish it?
Sustain.
Did Mr. Simpson continue to appear distressed and distraught as you described?
Yes, he did.
And can you describe or give the jury a word picture as you watched him sitting next to him of how he appeared to you to be without giving us any conversation?
Well, as I said, he sighed heavily several times. He made a number of phone calls, as I said. It seemed to me he was trying to get information about...
Sustain. Next question.
Did, in the course of these phone calls, you could hear at least his side of the conversation, could you not?
I could hear some of what he said, yes.
Right. And after these phone conversations, did you get an impression that additional information was coming to him based upon what you heard him say, without telling us what it is?
Sustain.
All right. In the course of your conversation with Mr. Simpson, did he tend to discuss with you greater details after these phone conversations?
Overruled.
As the flight went on, I learned more details from the things he told me, yes.
All right. And so after a while, without telling us what it was, you had an impression of what had taken place in this man's life
Yes.
at that time.
Overruled.
Now, did the subject matter, did you at some point tell him what your occupation was?
No, I did not. Well, let me correct that. He asked me, and I confirmed that I was a lawyer.
All right. Were you acting like a lawyer, looking like a lawyer?
Perhaps. I had legal documents with me that I was working on.
And at some point, did you have occasion to give or loan Mr. Simpson a pen, fountain pen?
I did, yes. He asked to borrow my pen.
Did he, during this flight, strike that? Did the condition of his being upset and distressed continue during the flight?
Yes, it did.
Now you'd never met Mr. Simpson before that time, had you?
No, I had not.
You know that one of his occupations, professions has been he's an actor. You understand that, don't you?
I understand that, yes.
Did he appear to you to be acting as you observed him there?
Oh, well,
You give me an answer.
No, I thought the way he was behaving was very sincere.
Now, even though he appeared to be very distressed and upset, did someone approach him and ask him for an autograph that you observed?
Yes, during the flight, someone passed him a note asking for an autograph.
And did he respond to that?
Yes, he took the paper and gave the gentleman an autograph.
What was the paper they came on?
I believe it was an airplane cocktail napkin.
And as he did that, did he still appear to you to be upset and distraught?
Yes, that was consistent throughout.
And did that trigger some kind of a thought in your mind when this happened?
Yes, it did. I thought what a nice man this was to be doing this, having heard what I had heard about the tragedy that was affecting his life.
At some point, you reached Los Angeles International Airport.
Yes.
Had the state of distress and distraughtness that you've talked to us about, had that remained throughout the entire flight?
Yes, it was consistent through the flight, as I said.
Did there come time for you all to get off that flight?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not which of you got up first to leave that particular flight, 1691?
He was up first and got ahead of me in the queue leading out of the plane.
And from from the queue leading out of the plane, did he at some point turn around and say something to you?
Well, there were several people.
Can I ask that, yes or no?
yeah.
Yes.
And could you see his lips as he was in front of you?
Yes, I could see his lips.
Did he thank you at that point for your help?
He turned back, and what I could see him saying was thank you.
Did he then leave the plane?
Yes, he did.
And as he left that plane, did you see him anymore that day?
No, I did not.
Presume you went on about your business that day, did you?
I did, yes.
And you didn't see him when he left at that point, right?
No, as I said, he was ahead of me in the line leading out of the plane, and I didn't see him when I was off the plane.
Did you at some point, just 1 second, Your Honor.
Madam Reporter.
Now, you described for us how the conversation went while you were on the plane and the information that you gathered over the period of the flight. And you've told us that you're a lawyer.
Yes.
And based upon those kinds of things, did you at some point feel that you should give Mr. Simpson some advice? You can answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And did you at some point give him some advice?
Yes.
And what advice, if any, did you give him?
Sustain.
I'd like to be heard on that, Your Honor. I think I could phrase it another way, but I'd like the court to hear a brief offer regarding that.
All right, well, we're going to take a 10-minute recess at this point in any event.
All right.
I'll hear you over the sidebar.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Partridge, you can step down, come back in 10 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a brief comfort break, 10 minutes, and we'll be back in session. All right, let me see counsel.
And Ronald Goldman, correct?
That's not completely correct. No, I didn't.
No? You were not observing him closely because you knew about the murders?
Object to the form of that question.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
You made very careful observations of Mr. Simpson's conduct, is that correct?
I would say reasonably so, yes.
And of his physical condition, correct?
Yes.
And you were doing so at least in part because you had learned of the murders of Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown, correct?
Well, I can't answer that yes or no. It's not completely correct. It's partially correct.
It's partially correct.
Yes.
That was part of the reason you were observing him very closely, correct?
Partially so, yes. By that I mean some of that I knew and some of that I didn't know.
You knew that something big had happened, correct?
I knew that his ex-wife was dead initially, and during the course of the flight, I learned that she had been killed. And toward the end of the flight, I learned that another person, a man, had been killed as well.
And so you learned early in the flight that his ex-wife was dead, correct?
Yes.
And that fact, knowing it, and you knew it was a recent event, is that right?
Yes, I understood it had just happened.
And that caused you to pay very close attention to his physical condition and his demeanor, correct?
It caused me to pay attention to him, but mostly what it caused me to do is be, I don't know, concerned about the situation.
And that concern caused you to observe him very closely, correct?
As I said, reasonably so, yes.
And you observed at that time, because you were observing him closely, that there was a cut on the middle finger of his left hand. Is that right?
I remembered that it was a cut on the knuckles of his left hand. And I recall that it was the ring finger or middle finger.
And there was no bandage on that finger at the first time you saw it, correct?
I'm sorry, I said ring finger. I'm getting mixed up here.
Middle.
I mean middle finger.
Right.
Yes.
And there was no bandage on that finger the first time you saw it, correct?
The first time I noticed it, there was no Band-Aid. That's right.
And it was not bleeding, was it?
It was not, I didn't see any blood, no.
Later, you saw him wrap it in a paper towel, correct?
Yes.
So at the first observation of it, it was not bleeding, and then later on, it seemed to be bleeding. Is that right?
I never saw any blood.
Didn't you tell the police that you saw blood seeping through the paper towel after he'd wrapped it with the paper towel?
No, I never said I saw blood seeping through a paper towel.
Let me show you a copy of your statement, sir. All right, sir, I'm showing you a form that says statement form on it. Do you see your name in the upper left-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
Mark Partridge.
Yes.
Date of interview, October 6, 1994.
Yes.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to the page that contains the narrative and show you this paragraph that I'm pointing to here. I previously shown to counsel.
Yes.
Do you see the statement there?
Yes.
And does that statement indicate that you told Detective Crossley that the defendant had wrapped a paper towel from the restroom around the finger because blood was leaking out?
I don't know that that statement indicates that that's what I said. That's what is stated here.
You have no recollection of ever saying that?
No, I didn't say that.
Then is it your testimony that you never saw that finger bleeding on June the 13th?
I never saw any blood. That's right. I saw that the finger was cut and somewhat raw, but I didn't see any blood coming from it.
Did you see whether there was more than one cut on that finger?
It looked to be kind of a jagged, raw cut. I couldn't really say if it was more than one or if it was just a rough cut that was, as opposed to a sharp, straight cut.
So you could not tell whether it was more than one cut? Yes or no?
As I recall it, it's as I described. I could not tell if it was more than one cut.
Thank you. And if it was more than one cut, you could not tell whether both cuts were received at the same time, correct?
That's certainly correct.
And the notes that we're speaking of, you gave those notes to the defense first, is that right?
Yes, I did.
You did not give those notes to the prosecution until Detective Crotsley contacted you in October, is that right?
Yes, I gave them to the prosecution after I was contacted by Officer Crotsley.
In fact, that wasn't until December of 1994, isn't that right, sir?
I sent them to Officer Crotsley in early December. Yes.
Now, you indicated, sir, that someone asked the defendant for an autograph during the flight, is that right?
Yes.
And he gave it to them, didn't he?
Yes.
And you indicate that the defendant drank water throughout the flight?
Yes.
And that one of the first things he did when he got on the plane was ask for water, is that right?
That was one of the first things, yes.
And then after the plane took off, he immediately requested a telephone, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And the first phone call he made, could you hear who he made that phone call to?
Sidebar, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you indicate that after the plane took off, he immediately requested a telephone, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Stewardess brought him one, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And the first call he made, you were able to hear who he was speaking to, didn't you?
I heard a name, yes.
And that name was?
I wasn't able to hear. I heard a name.
And the name was?
Skip.
And approximately how long did he speak to this person named Skip?
That particular call was quite brief. I would say a minute.
Okay. And I take it you've somewhat followed this case, have you not, sir?
Somewhat, yes.
Have you heard the name of an attorney named Skip Taft?
I have heard that name.
And have you learned whether or not he was the defendant's attorney?
Object. Hold that question, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Do you know?
Oh, check, hold that question. Check the phone.
Overruled. Overruled.
Do you know whether he was the defendant's attorney back in June 13th of 1994?
I don't know. I have an understanding.
And what is that understanding,
My
sir?
understanding.
Hold on. Hold on.
That's relevant.
Sustain.
How many calls on that flight did you hear the defendant make to someone named Skip?
I only remember the name once. But he did mention at one point that he'd been trying to reach his office and his lawyer and his mother and his house.
Sustained. All right, next question.
Sorry.
You're a lawyer, aren't you, Mr. Partridge?
Yes.
You ever tried cases, Mr. Partridge?
Overruled.
You ever tried
I
cases?
have, yes.
You know the rules of evidence, don't you, sir?
Overruled.
Don't you?
I try to know them.
You know what a non-responsive answer is, don't you, sir?
Yes.
Overruled.
And you know whether there's no question pending, you're not supposed to be offering any answers. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes.
Now, you offered us the opinion, sir, that the defendant did not appear to you to be acting, correct? You recall that?
Yes.
You'd never met him before the date of June the 13th, isn't that right?
That's right.
You never visited his home in Rockingham?
No.
You never met his ex-wife, Nicole Brown, did you?
No.
You never met Ron Goldman, did you?
No.
Counsel, these questions aren't necessary. He's established his first acquaintanceship with him was on the planes.
You're not a psychiatrist, are you?
We don't know, not likely. Proceed.
No.
You don't know what the defendant's relationship was with his ex-wife, do you?
Sustained. Sustained.
But you do know the defendant is an actor, correct?
I understand that he is sometimes an actor, yes.
And you knew that on June the 13th when you were on the flight with him, did you not?
I don't think I did know that.
You did not know he was an actor at that time?
I only knew that from the Hertz commercials.
You had not seen any movies he'd been in?
I don't think so.
And based on that flight that you took on June the 13th, your only contact with him, you think that you can offer us a competent opinion as to whether or not he was acting on that date?
I object. That's good. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Now, sir, you told us about these detailed notes that you took of 8 handwritten pages, correct? You recall?
I did say that I took notes, yes.
And you just told us, I believe, a few questions ago that you only recall one phone call made to Skip by the defendant. Is that right?
I only recall the name once, I think, yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you page 6 of your notes.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your memory as to whether or not there was one call or more than one call to this person named Skip.
Okay. Yes, it does.
And how does that refresh your recollection?
Well, these
sir?
are my notes made at the shortly after, and I refer to more than one call from someone named Skip. So, yes, there was more than one call.
More than one, sir? Isn't it true in your notes that you
I
say
think it
several
says-
times?
Yes, several.
Given the fact that June the 13th was the only time you'd ever seen the defendant, I gather then that you have never seen the defendant when he's angry.
Given facts, now so.
Sustained.
Goes to foundation, Your Honor.
We've established this is the first time he's seen him.
All right, you have nothing to compare his conduct on June the 13th to. Is that correct?
No prior conduct on his part. No, that's correct.
Nor since. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you spoke, sir, on direct of the tragedy that affected his life on that day?
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
Did you reflect also on the tragedy that affected the life of Ron Goldman, of his family?
Sustain. Sustain.
I'd like to mark the printout of the witness's copyright, People's Next in Order 506.
506.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Cochran?
Now, may I approach, Your Honor, Mr. Partridge?
Yes, you may.
All right, Mr. Partridge, I'd like to approach, and I'd like to show you the 8 pages of the handwritten notes which you made on June 15th, 1994. And I'd like to ask you whether or not those notes reflect your handwriting.
Yes, they do.
And since we're not copyright lawyers in this courtroom, would you tell us what is the effect of your writing this little C in 1994, M. Partridge, all rights observed?
My intent was to prevent other people from copying these notes without my permission. I was sending them off to people, and I didn't want them released to the media or anyone else without my consent.
And as a trademark or copyright lawyer, you knew how to protect those particular notes, isn't that correct?
This was one of the things that one can do, and that's why I did it.
And you've never tried to sell those notes, have you?
No.
In fact, you were one of the few people in this case who's tried to protect their notes, isn't it? Well, that's correct. Let me rephrase that. In fact, as a trademark copyright lawyer, you knew how to protect those notes, right?
I knew this was one thing I could do to try to prevent them from being copied without my consent.
And although you had occasion to send these notes to Detective Crossley, I think you said in December of 1994, you had called the prosecution in this case first. Isn't that correct?
I'd called the police first.
All right, the police agencies.
Yes.
All right. Now, a few other questions, if I might. Are you aware that the person Skip Taft that Mrs. Clark was asking you about was Mr. Simpson's longtime friend and business lawyer of 20 plus years? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
You're still not aware of that, are you?
No.
You aware that they share office space together?
No.
You aware they own property together?
No.
Now, Ms. Clark, in response to the fact that you called the Santa Monica Police Department on the Friday after your flight, and then you were directed to the LA Police Department, asked you some questions about whether you knew how many people might be interviewed by the Los Angeles Police Department. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Suppose that with regard to all of the people who were interviewed by the Los Angeles Police Department, you were the only person in the world who sat next to him on the flight back from Chicago. Isn't that correct? Oh.
Well, suppose sounds like a hypothetical question.
No,
You want to ask a direct question?
Let me rephrase that. Were you the only person in the world? Let me just get closer. Were you the only person in the world to sit in seat 9E on flight 1691 on June 13th, 1994, from Chicago to Los Angeles on American Airlines when OJ Simpson sat in seat 9D?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask one question. And when you sat in that seat, sir, did you happen to observe, you said you observed what the defendant was wearing. Did you also observe what he had on his feet?
Yes.
It is sustained.
May I ask to take you as my witness for this one question?
One question.
One question. Tell us what he was wearing on his feet, sir.
He had black leather loafers.
What kind?
One question, that's two.
That's two.
Okay.
What kind?
They were sort of woven black leather loafers. The leather was woven.
Socks?
Yeah, that's
Nope,
three.
that's three. That's three. It'll never end.
No, it will. That's all I wanted to ask.
I thought we asked this already of this witness.
No,
Objection.
you didn't. Last question, Your Honor.
Objection.
Honest. The last question is
It's beyond the scope. I've allowed you to go beyond. We've established what he's got on his feet. All right, Mr. Partridge, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Mayor Bush?
Yes. All right, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we were scheduled to go through to 5:45 today, and rather than start a new long witness, I think we'll take a break at this point rather than have to start up again tomorrow morning. Remember all my admonitions to you, however. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. All right, you all have a pleasant evening. See you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.